right, I was checking the time, 6:06. Okay, I would like to call to order the Dripping Springs Independent School District Board of Trustees to order at 6:07 p.m. on Monday, May 11th. I show all board members present. We are gathered tonight at the moment for a special meeting, and I have a Open Meetings Act script that I will read, and then I will take us immediately into my public forum script. So just hold on tight while I read a bunch of words. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Kim Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference or telephone call. We are meeting by use of Zoom software application, which allows two-way communication for members of the public. As would at any in-person meeting, members of the public have been given the opportunity to submit written comments in advance. I will read the comments into the record before the board's consideration of that item. If you would like to provide comment at a future meeting conducted by video conference or telephone call, please follow instructions that were listed on the meeting notice and that are on our website. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent possible or practical. An audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The software application allows for unlimited number of people to view and interact at a time. We apologize in advance for any unforeseen difficulties and ask for your patience as we navigate unprecedented conditions. If you have questions about these suspended laws, please call the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. Okay, we are now going to enter the public forum section of our meeting on agenda items. The Board of Trustees encourages and appreciates comments from citizens of the district and from district employees. Anyone wishing to address the board on posted agenda items may do so during the public portion of our meeting. Public comments on non-agenda items will not be heard today, as non-agenda topics are reserved for presentation at regular meetings of the Board of Trustees. Those wishing to speak must complete a public forum form before the meeting begins and shall indicate the agenda item on which he or she wishes to address the board. Forms will not be accepted once the meeting begins. I'm just going to pause now to save time from reading my whole script. Todd, I don't have any emails that indicate public forum comments for the special meeting. Do you have any there that I haven't received?
No, you're correct. We do not have any for this.
Okay, so since there's nobody that signed up, I'm going to pause and not read the remainder of the script and move us along into our meeting if that's agreeable to everyone. Okay. So we're going to begin tonight with item 3, board discussion and action items. The first item is A, consideration approval of guaranteed maximum price amendment number 1 to the construction contract for Elementary 5 project. Todd.
Yes, thank you. So last board meeting, we did bring to you the GMP, but we had not completed the amendment, nor did we have the ability to negotiate all those final details. And so over the last 2 weeks, our team has been working with our legal counsel and have gone back to the contractors to get to the point where we are today with a final GMP proposal and an amendment. If you note it in your packet, you'll see the final proposal and you'll see 3 different exhibits, and then lastly, the GMP amendment. And so based on the work done there, we feel like we're in a good place to recommend moving forward. I wanted to spend a little time just updating the board a little bit on a couple items that were in question around the GMP last we spoke 2 weeks ago. So over the last couple of weeks, we've had some significant conversations with our district engineers. We've also met with Hays County. We've met with the Hays County engineers from Doucette Engineering. We've involved our HDR engineers as well. Kathy Smith, I think she's actually with us tonight as well if you have some specific questions. But during that time period, we sat down to get a determination from Hayes County on what their intent is with that Darden Hill intersection. And through those conversations, we came to realize that they are in fact going to do enhancements at Darden Hill intersection. And so they indicated to us that they are moving forward. In fact, they're in the design phase of a traffic circle in that intersection. And as we sat down and discussed what that long range plan looks like for Hayes County transportation plan, we determined that it makes sense from an engineering standpoint, from a fiscal standpoint, from a design standpoint, that we would align our entrance to elementary number 5 to connect with that traffic circle. And so our engineers have been working on redesigning that entrance to align to that Darden Hill intersection where that circle will go. And we've also had them spend some time on looking at the traffic feasibility for doing so. In talking with Walt Smith in a meeting on Friday, he indicated that the county is very committed to pursuing this enhancement as quickly as possible, and his ideal would be that it could operate in concert with the opening of elementary number 5 in the fall of 2021. And so he's working behind the scenes. There's a lot to be done on his part to gather feedback and input from community members, and also to obtain funding for that project as well. They do have funds for the design phase, which they've already entered into from their 2016 bond package. But I wanted to provide you all with that information, and also let you know that our engineers have looked at, as we were looking at moving that to the Darden Hill intersection, what the feasibility is for traffic flow over the next 5 years. Asked them to look at what it would look like on with a traffic circle in that location, and also in case the timing doesn't work out exactly right to where we can open the school and the circle at the exact same time, what would that intersection look like as we would be waiting for that circle to be designed. And we've gotten good feedback and input on the feasibility and the ability for that intersection and the entrance to be able to meet the needs of the school district by opening up that elementary number 5 in case the circle is not available on day 1 of school. So I wanted to try to bring you up to speed on multiple things that have happened over the last couple weeks there, and then ask if you all had any questions about the project itself.
Okay, I don't see any hands up on the little window, but I see Barbara maybe trying to go ahead, Barbara.
So the only question I have is for this GMP, the final presentation packet still shows on page 33 of 49 kind of that offset entry, and we talked about this some last month, but do I understand correctly that there won't be any budgetary impact to us if those drawings change?
Yes, so thank you for bringing that up, Barbara. So the GMP does include that offset entry at this point, but we've already had significant conversations with both the contractor, our engineers, the city, and looking at, we would be doing an amendment to that. And what will happen is we'll do for the GMP number 2 is when we'll reconcile the differences. But if you take a look at the drawing in place currently, you'll see that that also shows some enhancements on Darden Hill, such as the left protected lane and the deceleration lane. And so obviously by shifting that intersection over to, our entry to the intersection, we'll have that ability to shift those funds into that new entrance at the Darden Hill intersection and Sawyer Ranch Road. So that will all be trued up or amended, and we'll be bringing that back to you for GMP number 2 in June. But we've already worked on the development preliminary numbers on what that will look like, but we still have confidence that it will still fall within the overall budgetary allotment for the project for the final GMP.
Are there additional questions? I don't see any hands up. So this is, Barbara, were you going to say something? No. So this is an action item.
Carrie, I move that we approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment number 1 in the amount of $8,347,974 for construction of elementary number 5.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Motion from Mary Jane. Second from Barbara. Is there any discussion at this time? If not, we have a motion from Mary Jane, a second from Barbara. All those in favor? Got 7-0. Thank you. That moves us along to item 3B, consideration approval of the guaranteed maximum price amendment to the construction contract for the transportation facility improvements. Todd.
Yes, thank you. So for the transportation GMP amendment, again, we've had the opportunity to work with legal counsel on this. We've gone back and forth to negotiate the terms of the amendment and feel very good about the $2.7 million GMP for the project there, and we are looking for approval there. The only piece that we are still waiting on, and it's just more of a formality, is the permit from the permits from the city, and they have gone to a contracting out those permits, so it takes a little bit longer. Usually it's about a 4-week window, and we're expecting we're already 3 weeks into that process, but expect that permit should be coming very soon. And again, would not begin the project until the permits were in hand.
Do we have questions about this item? Okay. Again, it is an action item. So I'd entertain a motion.
I move we approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment. Oh, wait, is that what we're looking at?
Yes,
Yep.
for B, to construct
Yes.
transportation.
I move we approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment in the amount of $2,786,460 for the transportation facility improvements.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Is there a second? A second from Ron. Any further discussion? Okay, so we have a motion from Mary Jane, a second from Ron. All those in favor? Got 7-0. Thank you. All right. So we are going to move now into a closed session. Sorry, everyone. The board will now convene in a closed meeting to discuss the following items posted on our agenda this evening as allowed by the Texas Government Code. Discussion of hiring a assistant superintendent of learning innovation, Texas Government Code 551.074. Consideration of matters pertaining to personnel, legal, student discipline, and/or real estate, and consultation with legal counsel on such matters, or agenda items, Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.082, and 551.081. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 6:21 p.m. meeting at 7:14 p.m. We are back in session and are at item A, consideration approval of hiring Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Innovation. I will entertain, Ron, please.
I move that we hire, the Dripping Springs ISD hires Dr. Karen Kidd for the Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Innovation position.
Thank you, Ron. We have a motion from Ron, a second from Mary Jane. Is there any discussion at this time? If not, all those in favor? All right, 7-0. Thank you. And congratulations, Dr. Kidd. Todd, would you like to speak to Dr. Kidd for a moment and then let her say a few words? Totally putting you on the spot tonight. I hope you're okay with that.
Sure, not a problem. I just want to say how excited I am for Dr. Kidd to join Dripping Springs ISD staff to be part of our cabinet and leadership team. She comes to us with over 19 years in education. Her experience is both at the campus and central office level in a variety of administrative roles, with a focus around curriculum, accountability assessment, and professional learning. What was impressive about Karen is that she is very student focused. She makes decisions on what's best for kids and looks for ways to be creative and innovative. We're excited and thrilled for her to be joining our team, and cannot wait for her to move down here and get started. So with that said, I guess I will turn it over to Karen if she'd like to say a few words as well.
Thank you. I am very excited to be a part of an excellent district and community that values education and seeing students for who they are and personalizing learning. I am just thrilled to be approved for this wonderful position. Thank you.
All right. Thank you,
Thank you, Dr. Kidd.
Welcome.
Oh. It's hard when you're trying to intuit who's going to speak next on the computer, so I apologize. Thank you for being with us tonight. We look forward to getting to meet you in person. Hopefully we'll be able to do that again one day. But look forward to working with you. So thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
So if there are no further business to come before the board in this special meeting, Todd, or you, we're good, then I will adjourn us at 7:17 p.m. And we're going to roll right into our workshop agenda review. Dr. Kidd, you're welcome to drop off and enjoy your evening now. You don't feel like you need to listen in on this next conversation. But thank you again for being with us.
Okay, thank you very much.
So now I am going to call to order the Board of Trustees for the workshop agenda review at 7:18 p.m. Again, all board members are present. In accordance with the open meeting laws, I previously read a script that outlines the authorizations were given by the Attorney General to meet electronically. So I will not reread that video conference speech. Instead, I will move to our public forum. And before I do that, I will pause and ask Todd if he has heard any additional individuals interested in providing feedback before I start reading the script.
We do not have any.
Okay. So I will not take us through our public forum script because we have no one signed up to speak to us tonight, which will move us along to the board discussion items. So item 4 is our budget workshop, and I will acknowledge our Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Operations, Scott Gillette.
Thank you very much. And Todd, I don't know if you want to jump in and say a few things first, or if you want me to go, just let me know where.
Why don't you go ahead, and then right before you kick off your part, I'll jump back in.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Obviously we have a lot to discuss when it comes to budget for 2021. I mean, there's a lot to discuss for our current year budget, but obviously so many of the variables are going forward. And so if you're looking at your presentation, we're working and we're trying to look at things that will affect our budget, how we're going to plan for a budget in 2021. So many unknowns, and as many things as I follow, there's just so many unknowns, even with all the high level kind of the experts in the state of Texas. And so it's a challenge. It's a challenge for you as a board, like all school boards in Texas. It's a challenge for us, but we will work and make sure that whatever decisions we make, that we can support and we can determine a way to move forward in the event of whatever will happen. We do know largely there will be budget cuts somewhere at some point in the future in some amount, and it's hard to say how much that will be. We just feel confident from all the dialogue we're hearing that those are coming. And so we talked about that briefly. So if you look at our budget planning calendar, we're here at the May 11th, we're going to do a budget planning update. And the next big thing, I mean, we can talk a little bit more next week, obviously, but the next big item is publishing the notice of public meeting to discuss budget and proposed tax rate. And so that will be June 11th. And then June 22nd, we will have on the agenda a public hearing and then action item for the board to adopt the budget. And so that's obviously critical because we have to have an adopted budget before we can expend funds in a new fiscal year. So no matter what we do, we need to make sure that we adopt a budget, and then we will continue to work that budget. And so as the year goes, whatever is approved, we'll be watching and managing and listening and trying to stay up to date, because normally in a given year, when you approve a budget, you feel pretty confident you're going to be funded at a certain level for that year. And I think this year going in, we don't know that for sure. But right now, what we're hearing is that we feel confident, or we feel, I guess, cautiously confident that next year will largely be the same funding as we expect this, in HB3. But once again, that's cautious, but that's what we're hearing. So if you go to the next slide. So the big thing here is, obviously they're all big now because, our increase in enrollment, what is that going to look like in the new environment? And our daily attendance. And so if you look at the first, our increase in enrollment, what we're projecting. Now I've talked to Dr. Tapera at PASA a couple times. I talked to her at the end of March. We actually email communications, and then again today. And so obviously trying to understand what our enrollment is going to do differently, and are we going to increase enrollment, how much, and how does that look our enrollment projections. Largely what she sent back was she's never been through anything like this, and that's hard for her to project as well. What she does feel like is that growth in Dripping Springs will continue short-term and long-term, but at what rate? She feels like long-term it's going to be similar to what we expected anyway. Short-term, she says she obviously needs some impact on new housing, but they're not seeing as much as maybe.
Scott, this is Carrie. I don't want to interrupt, but it's like you go fine for a while and then you get garbly again, and then you go fine for a while and you get garbly again. I don't really know. I mean, you're not moving around, so I don't know what it's attributable to, but just note that.
I don't know.
Are there multiple people in your office right now trying to do the Wi-Fi?
Just me.
Oh.
No, I mean, Clint's in the office next door.
Okay.
But I would have never thought that I had better Wi-Fi at home than I have here.
Yeah. Just be patient. You may see board members kind of looking at you funny at various times. It's because,
I'm sorry.
No, just know it's fine, and it's fine for a while, and then it'll get garbly for a little bit. So
do you want to come here, Scott?
I can do that.
I mean, if that helps.
It'll take me about 2 minutes to get there. Actually, let me just get it.
Why don't you keep going and we'll see how, if it gets too bad, that way you're
All
not
right,
having to mess
let me
with
get
that.
Jeff started because we're getting ready to get to Jeff, and then I'll come there and
Perfect.
do my next part there. So sorry for that. That's a challenge. So anyway, so our enrollment projections, largely we know may be impacted, and so that's a concern. Average daily attendance, that's a concern. Like this year with, EA is working with us with this at home, and I have to think that next year, with concerns with attendance, that DA will probably work with districts that attendance is going to be impacted, but I don't know that for sure. Again, these are things that we've never had to deal with. The big thing here is the local property value increase. Again, property values are as of January 1st of a given year, and so we've got this really weird situation where values were doing. The economy was doing great in January, and then we get in the March, economy is completely derailed, and how does that impact homeowners and people? So anyway, we have a large property value increase. It's 13.7%. If you look at the bottom, if that's broken out, 5.47% of the increase is on existing properties. 8.2% is on the value of new properties in the district that were not here in January 1 of 2019. So we can talk more about that later. I'm to the point in the presentation where I wanted to turn over to our Director of Finance, Jeff Martello. And the reason why we want to put this in the presentation is just to give the board some insight how we prepare the budget, how that works, behind the scenes, and what are the things that Jeff does day in and day out to work with the departments and the campuses. And so at this time, there's we're just trying to give you a high level overview, and I will turn it over to Jeff, and I'm going to move off and try to get to you can hear me better. So Jeff, if you want to take it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Good evening, board, and Mr. Washburn and all the others online. Just to start with, when Scott and I have been in these roles, first let me say we followed 4 individuals that had a big piece in the business office with a collective 70 years in the department. So there's a lot of institutional knowledge and a lot of great things that these individuals put in place in terms of policies and procedures and concept. And so we followed a great system. And as you can see, in terms of our legal fund balance and our procedures and organization, we followed a great team. So, but with that said, we also wanted to put a signature or our own signature and look at some things that we may feel like we can improve on. With that said, you'll see the first bullet point, the closing of the fiscal period by the 10th of the month. Basically, that's a good accounting practice. And just a good, besides an accounting practice, it's a good method so you can truly see your expenditures and your budget and revenue and just all the different components, your bank recs, to have it accurate in a far sooner fashion. And so that was a thing that we've started doing here about the last 6 months, and we're real proud of that. It's more of a real-time data, and so you can kind of get an estimate and a guesstimate in terms of how you're trending throughout the year by each individual month. The second thing is, one of the things that was done in the past is you had earmarked different pots of money. And once the year started and throughout the year, once a school allocated money in these different earmarks, we didn't allow those to be transferred out, even if that department head or that group didn't utilize those funds. And so we were, one of the big goals that we were trying to do is allow the autonomy to the schools, where we don't want those departments or those different earmarks to lose that opportunity for the funding or for the expenditure. But if we get later on in the year and they think that they don't need that allocation, that it can be moved in terms of another program to benefit the school as a whole. So that was a positive thing that we got feedback from the schools and allowing that here this fiscal year in 1920, and we're going to continue to do that going forward. The last thing is there was a great Excel spreadsheet that Ms. Cogburn had used with the departments and schools, and it was really a good resource. But in feedback with the principals and the department heads, it was just it was rather large, and so we limited that down to one spreadsheet or one sheet, and so it's easier to work through. And you'll see that here in the coming slide. If you can go ahead and move the next one. Okay, we roughly have about 50 main budgets that I work with and I'm responsible for. And that includes all the federal funds, campus budgets, departments, and the department budget could include like facilities, transportation, L&I, you go on and on. So as a whole, we have about 50 main budgets. Obviously the 7 campus budgets, you already have seen the 14 and the 18 bond, the 18, every month you're getting a recap on that with Scott's work. The 5 enterprise fund budgets, we'll see a slide here in a minute. The federal funds, 200 activity account programs, and 30 student activity. And just as a note on the student activity, those are funds that are the ownership of the school and or the program. And that could be athletic gate revenue to in turn have expenditures regarding athletics. That could be a vending machine, concessions, campus fundraisers. So that's the definition of an activity account. We normally call those, if you want to get in the weeds a little bit, that's a 4 series, or it starts with a 4. Our main money or the main operating fund is 199 or the 1 series, and then those activity is a 4 series. And then the student activity accounts, there's a smaller number of those, but those are a bona fide student activity where there's elective officers, and the school district we are not the owner of the funds, but yet we are the trustee. And for a student activity, like a student council, or like the anime club, that's a situation where there's elected officers with the kids, and they drive the conversation and desire on what they choose to spend their money on if it's appropriate. And it teaches them ownership and responsibility. And there's a teacher liaison involved in that process, but we really let them, in terms of having that learning opportunity, drive that conversation on how to use those funds. Next slide. School allotments. This goes back to that, you can't see the full Google sheet, but this is a Google sheet that I was talking about. We went from a 20-tab Excel document to one Google sheet that allows real-time and collaborative effort between me and the principal and or department head. So basically it's real time. We all know, Google Docs or Google Sheets, and it's working with that collaborative effort. And so to summarize, when I give a school their school budget, there's 2 big components on their funding. They have the blue part at the top, which is the basic allocation. And we try to have equity and parity in the district. And we do that by as best we can based on live student counts and or demographic counts. So for that blue part, it's projected off the PASA for Rooster that they're gonna have 902 kids times a multiplier of $120 a kid. They get a little bit over 108,000. They can spend that money on however they want on stuff and purchase services throughout the course of the year. And we will do a settle up, because since that's the PASA projection that's done, January, February, we know there may be 915 kids, or there may be only 898. So we'll true up that number after the first 6 weeks to give truly what's deserved of that allocation in the 1920 school year. The next set are the special programs. And those are based off true PEMS data counts. And again, for parity, we give what their student population exists. And so you can see the allocation amounts per the different special POPs. One thing to note is the GT student count. Even though that the state did away with the allocation or the allotment for GT, we felt it was in the best interest to benefit those babies and that demographic to ensure that they still had a piece of the pie and that they still had the opportunity to do some things with those discretionary funds for that special POP. Going back up to the basic allotment, we did raise that per student allotment. I think it was $115 versus $120. So we did give them additional money there. The dyslexia, that's a new one. We didn't have a dyslexia allotment, so we afforded that opportunity, as well as the early education. You'll note in blue, those are all the big changes. There was not an early education that's coming from the state as a pass-through, and so we wanted to make sure that they saw that and they had that opportunity. And then going down, the third element besides the special POPs is the CLI, and that it's my understanding that was a board desired and/or central office administration in coordinates with the schools to say, no matter the enrollment account of a school, we want to give a flat amount to make sure the CLI program for resources, whether it be texts or books, are not by the wayside or are not left alone every year. So in the years past, elementaries were rewarded $10,000, and then this year we bumped it up to $13,000. Middle schools, you'll see it on the next slide. I'm done with this one. Thank you. Elementary, it's just a recap. The middle schools, I'll skip over there. Since we have an orchestra program, this is actually going into be the third year of the orchestra program. We bought a lot of startup instruments last year and provided a budget in 1920. But we wanted to make sure that was an itemized line item in their budget. So we added an orchestra allocation, knowing that orchestra is here to stay. And then you'll see the CLI allotment. They were at $10,000 in years past. They're now bumped up to $15,000. And I'll talk about here in the substitute line item. As well as, or let me go back, on the basic allocation for the middle schools, that was raised as well. I want to say it was $120 or $125. So we bumped that up for their basic allocation. And then when you skip over to the high school, same concept. We had an allocation for the secondary as a whole, and we raised that as well. You'll see the orchestra allocation that was added. And then the CLI, they were only awarded $10,000 in the past, and now they're to $20,000. CTE, that number is constantly growing. That's a great thing. It's driven by the seat counts of the kids taking those electives that qualify for the CTE curriculum. And so we're only seeing that number rise every year, and try to meet those expenditures for that requirement, which is a good thing. Just in general, this is our third year for substitute budgets. And, Ms. Cogburn did a great thing in trying to institute a budget. So, and it's been a work in progress, but it essentially allow a school principal the opportunity to see the trends and work with their staff on attendance, because they only have a certain amount of money for subs, and that includes for sickness, long-term absence, as well as PD, and it's their pot of money, and we try to hold them as much as we can to say, here's where you're trending, and work with them throughout the course of the year. So this will be our third year. Again, it's a work in progress, but it's been a positive thing so far, and working with the principals, and that way they truly know what they're being held accountable for with a finite number. Instructional material allotments, IMA, basically that, those are the money, that's the money coming from the state for textbook adoption. In recent years, a lot of districts, obviously are going away from the true paper textbook, and they're going tech. And so we have to really think ahead. It's like if you are a homeowner and you have a roof that's going to go out in the next 3 years and or an HVAC, we have to plan ahead. So it's the same thing with textbook adoption. If literacy is always the most expensive, so if we know we're due for literacy and job adoption in 2 or 3 years, we have to plan accordingly and set aside enough funds for that literacy adoption. So we may not buy as many in one particular group versus in 1 year to the next. So there's a planning calendar on the different subjects, and we just have to think those through. And then what we're going to try to do, if we have a little bit of a balance, that's a reasonable amount, we're going to try to start buying Chromebooks with everything going so tech in terms of the paper copies going away. Enterprise funds, these are proprietary funds. Basically, there's 4 levels that if any of those measures are met, you code that as a proprietary fund. And in essence, you want these to be profitable and or break even for the most part. All of our programs are, with the exception of daycare, and daycare is on or around the revenue about 400,000. Community ed's about 1.85 million. Facility rentals is about, I'm drawing a blank, is about 200,000. Tiger Shack is about 20,000. And the school store, the Tiger store, is only about 2,000. And just as a side note, we're real proud of the Tiger Shack. We've had some, we've gotten better in terms of tracking that type of opportunity for those kids, and they've been profitable the whole year. So we were ecstatic that they've been able to do that and have proper tracking on that, just as an internal mechanism to no fault of their own. And so we're happy of the accomplishments of those kids. Next one. Title I, real quick. Title I, we had about 290,000. We only have, those 2 Title I. We were grandfathered in Title I school-wide schools. Titled, and again, those are basically benefiting kids. We have mainly salaries benefiting the areas of math and literacy, primarily literacy for those expenses. Title II, we get about 85,000, and that's all teacher PD. Title III, those are our ELL and ESL babies. We spend that primarily on supplemental summer school. Title IV, that is spent on primarily school safety. So Carl Perkins, that's all your CTE programs, above and beyond expenditures. The Texas State School Safety Grant, we spend that obviously on school safety. We've spent it on AEDs, the first aid kits, as well as resource officers. So those are above and beyond items that we're happy to have those funds. Child nutrition, we get about 3 million. John does a great program there. He's been self-sufficient for a number of years. This year will be a different story, and who knows what the fall will look like. But he does a great job, and he should be congratulated, because most districts aren't able to do that. Title 6B or IDAB, we get about 909,000. And that's basically for special ed expenses. That's primarily used on salaries. There's about 10 or 11 at least on there that's coming out of there. Title 6B preschool, that's only about 8,000. Next. The bus rotation schedule, this is not pulled out of the air. Pam does a great job. She's got a 15-year replacement schedule, and her growth buses are based on pass accounts. And again, it's that long-term planning to not have all your expenses all at once, that spread that through one fiscal year to the next, so you don't have an obsolete bus fleet. Next one. The band refresh schedule, again, trying to plan ahead and not have all your expenses in 1 year. Mr. Woods does a great job in terms of having that 5-year rotation to make sure our instruments are adequate for our kids, both at the middle school and the high school level. Tech refresh. So this year, off the top of my head, it was about 560,000 that we just made a commitment to in terms of doing that tech refresh. We'd like to buy those outright if we can, if the fiscal means allow it, and get away from the leases, like on the school buses. And so we did that again just recently, but we want to have great tech devices within reason for our kids and our staff. Next one, the school safety grant. So this is important. You know, with the legislation, there was an opportunity for all districts to apply for a school safety grant. And surprisingly, there were a number of districts that didn't even do it, but we put in the paperwork and got the funds that we could have been allocated. And so we've already expensed some of that stuff because they were things that had already been done. But then there's also, and mainly they're for the vestibules to secure the entrances, door entrances, as well as security cameras. On the Texas State grant, this is good to note. We were in the 4th year of the grant, and it's going to end actually in fiscal year 21 because of COVID and the getting all the deliverables in. But that will be a revenue source that's lost. And I've asked Texas State. It's a federal grant passed through Texas State, and they're not knowledgeable of it being renewed or being existent in the near future. That's it.
Thank you, Jeff. Are board members, do you have any questions? I don't see any hands up for Jeff before we go back to Todd. Mary Jane.
On slide 11, you said, I want to make sure I heard you correctly, title, was it 6B for IDEA, that we received 990,000. Is that right? And then also, do you have any idea compared to the cost to us of educating students covered by IDEA?
That is a correct statement. It's on or around 990,000. And before I go anymore, let me make this statement. This is all driven from the feds. And so that number could fluctuate up or down. And a lot of these are driven from enrollment. With that said, in terms of the other question was the cost per student.
The cost to us compared, like, what is the delta of the cost to us less than 990,000 that we receive?
A lot of times these are supplemental and or in addition to what we're already receiving. And so I'd have to run a report on just the non-federal SPED expenditures and tell you that number.
And this is going to be a guess, but I mean, that's a good question. I think that our general fund expenditures on special education is roughly about 9 million per year. So that does help, but we spend a considerably amount more on the special education.
Okay, thank you.
And Jeff, can you offer some perspective? For example, you mentioned, some of the career tech funds, and I saw some increases. And of course, I know that the state increases their allotment to us. But could you offer the board, and I don't know if you do it tonight, or I just want the public to know that we're not just increasing those budgets just because we have the money. It's because we're getting extra money from the state. For that matter, I know whether we're getting an increase in funding at the federal level too. So I guess my question is twofold. Could you offer us some clarity at some point relative to which of those budget codes are reflective in either the state or federal contribution levels?
Sure. I would say in terms of tech, you saw the big earmark that we that's a board approved, to our discretion, as long as we're trending okay, and the board chooses to adopt those expenditures for that tech adoption. But I know I can tell you real quickly, we have in the last couple of years bought Chromebooks and iPads for those DSC and WSC campuses out of Title I funds. When I look at my notes, there's probably a few computers that would be bought out of Carl Perkins for like a AutoCAD or a robotics or those types of things. But the only tech purchases that would be bought out of federal would mainly only be Title I and Carl Perkins. Everything would be to the discretion of their school budget out of a local, 199 that they choose to buy for devices and or whatever type of tech, and then that tech refresh adoption.
Any other questions for Jeff? Okay. Scott, I'm going to turn it over to you, but I want you to know that last portion of your presentation we didn't hear much of. So if you want to go back through that original slide, feel free to do so. Otherwise, if you're going to cover that content in the summary.
Before Jeff started?
Yeah, when
Let me ask, can you hear me now? Okay.
Perfectly.
Okay, so Clay's took care of me, so he set me up. So I think.
Hold on, Todd has a question.
Yeah. So, Todd, you're on mute.
Todd, you're on mute. There we go.
Awesome. I was just going to set up Scott's second part of this budget workshop piece, and then also mention that we can come back to the timeline at the very end, because I think it is relevant and important for the board to understand. But just to give a little context, again, we've been starting this budget process since January. We had that budget workshop right before COVID hit, before spring break, and we continue to bring back to you the most updated and current information we have. And our purpose is to give you several months to kind of process and reflect on the data and information. And I want to acknowledge up front that Scott's bringing an update tonight. He's got some scenarios that we have run based on some of the information he's alluded to already about the fact that we do believe that in the future, while it might not be this coming school year, following school years, we'll see a reduction of some degree. And what we're looking for tonight is just for you to kind of reflect on the information he's provided, but then also inform us what you'd like to see us bring back to you next week. Because when you run scenarios, you can imagine there's a infinite amount of scenarios we can run, but based on the information you hear tonight, we know that there's a lot of information out there that you hear from everything from TASBO to TASB to, the governor to Mike Morath. We just want a little bit better idea of which scenarios you would like us to run beyond what we're showing you tonight. And again, we're not asking for decisions tonight. It's just our ability to update you based on the information we have. But we're happy to provide more. We're happy to look at different levels of scenarios, from staffing to contingencies and looking at budget reductions in the future. But I know Scott's done a really good job putting this together, but we know that there are more answers than that or questions you'll have once you see this. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Scott and let him go from there.
All right. Well, thank you. I hope I can be heard okay now. I'm so sorry about the initial. Yeah, it's hard enough to listen to school finance, but to hear it broken up is even worse. So, but hopefully we can get rolling now. I appreciate it, Todd. So on our first slide here, this second part of the presentation goes back to our preliminary property values, certified values for April. And so once again, this is Hays and Travis County, although Hays County is 99.75% of our property value. So it's essentially Hays County. And so you can see that our net taxable before freeze is a little over 6.4 billion. The way that Hays County calculates this is they calculate their projections and then they take 6% off. They multiply it times 94%. And that's how they get us our estimates. And that it gives them room for protest and for reductions in some of the property values, and which is why generally there's not that many awarded protests. But what happens is that we usually end up higher than what these preliminary values are. Once again, this is not a normal year. That's a normal year scenario. And so the net taxable before freeze is everybody and all properties in the district, but the net taxable after freeze are when those amounts are taken out for the homeowners who are over 65 or disabled persons. And the 5.393 billion is the amount that's actually taxed at our tax rate. So that difference between the 5.393 billion and the 6.4, that is taxed at the rates that people were frozen at that point when they applied for their waiver for either over 65 or their exemption over 65 or disabled persons. So if you go to the next slide, this just gives a breakout of once again, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but it was all broken up. How much is our growth in our next net taxable after freeze? And then how much of that is broken out between taxable value that's new property here in 2020 versus property that has been in existence or existing property that was here in January 1st of 2019. And so you can see that the new values is $389 million of additional new property. And so the existing property right now, based on the preliminary values, has increased 259 million. And so when you break that out, 60% of our growth overall is based on new property, and that other 40% is based on growth is based on existing property. So that translates to 5.47% growth of existing property, but an overall appraisal value growth of 13.67%. And so I'm happy to answer questions at any point if y'all want to jump in, but I will just keep going unless I see a hand raised.
Yeah,
Once again, next slide.
And
Yes,
Joanna has a hand raised.
all right.
I just want to make sure first, thanks for these slides. They're awesome. So thank you. So I just want to make sure that I am clear in my own head as we're, if our growth rate slows, what we're really looking, I don't have a question anymore. I answered it as I was talking. Sorry. Thank you.
That's great. That's what I like. Our next slide is just a graphic bar chart of the same slide, earlier slide. So you can see that based on our net taxable before freeze over the last 6 years, we more than doubled in our overall appraised property values in Dripping Springs ISD. So how does that translate? When we go to the next slide, how does that translate to tax rate? And based on HB3, as HB3 stands today, then these are some preliminary projections of what could and should happen if these appraised property values hold up. And I hate to just keep saying that I don't know what we're going to be going forward, but I have to keep saying that and making sure that we're not saying this is what our tax rate is going to be. Right now, we don't have any reason to believe that next year HB3 is going to change. So the state will calculate our M&O tax rate, our maximum M&O tax rate, when we get our certified values in July. So we get our certified values July 25th. They will have us our maximum compressed rate is what they call it for our tier 1, but essentially mostly our M&O. They'll have that to us by August 5th. So we will be bringing a budget, and all July 1 districts will be bringing a budget to boards to be approved without knowing what our tax rate is going to be. Now, largely on the M&O tax rate, that is already calculated in, and so we still are able to project our revenues. We just won't be able to project our tax rate. So we will get compression. It's just how much will we get, and that will be dependent on what our final certified values are in July. Right now, it appears that we could have a 7 to 8 cent drop in the M&O rate, and so we're at almost $1.42 right now. That would drop us to $1.34, $1.35, assuming the INS rate stays the same at 35 cents. And so, any questions there? That one, like I said, that those bold, portions is the state will calculate that rate for us. Now we know the formula and we can project it, and we know how they're going to calculate it, but they will tell us what that amount is. There's no question there. Go to the next slide. So now now we get to the big rocks, and how do you move forward on a budget when you have so many unknowns? And I think the way that we recommend doing it is we've got to take the best data that we have at this moment, and we have to make decisions. And knowing that whatever decisions we make, we can continue to work and manage the budget as the year goes on. So when the board approves a budget, obviously in our department, we don't stop there. And I mean, we're always trying to manage the budget and do what's best fiscally for the school district. So there's a once a year official approval by the board, but there's a constant and continuous working and managing the budget to try to be fiscally responsible for the district. So when you look at some things that we've are looking at for next year is talking about 2% COLA or cost of living adjustment. This can be 1%, it can be 0, it can be 3. This is a challenge. Roughly each percent is going to, where our salaries are right now, is going to be about $500,000 annually to the district. So for every percent of COLA, there's going to be about a $500,000 increase in our salary expenditures. And I can talk about a kind of employee attrition at the higher levels, as far as, somebody who's 25, 30, 35 a year, when they retire, then we usually replace them with somebody who has lesser years, but that gets a little confusing. But there is attrition savings every year as employees with more experience roll off, and then the districts hire employees with lesser experience because they're a little bit lower on the salary scale. But you can see, based on a 2%, with about a little over $1 million impact, 40 new FTEs for the district, which is what we're projecting, where we try to have some contingencies in there, would be roughly 2.4 million. And then if the board decided to do the longevity stipend like we did last year, that's roughly a $500,000 impact to the budget. And so everything, assuming all things being equal to HB3, it's going to be based on enrollment and attendance. It's not so much property values anymore like it used to be, because there was the lag, and so that you would get a benefit when your property values grew a lot from the year before. That no longer exists. So it really comes down to enrollment and attendance. And so it's our ADA which really drives under HB3. Next slide. So this slide shows an initial proposal. If we had have a 2% cost of living adjustment increase, like I said, we are open to whatever the board wants us to look at on that. There's so many challenges here. Is 2% the right amount? Should it be higher? Should it be lower? We know that there's going to be some serious concerns when the legislature meets again next spring. And we know that they're going to be working with a significant loss of revenue in the state, which, with public education being, the largest budgetary factor in the state's budget, and the fact that they have to produce a balanced budget, then that's going to impact school districts. Word that we're hearing from other school districts in the area is that most of them are doing a 1% to 2% type cost of living adjustment increase, and we can bring that information back next week if the board wants to see that, what they're planning to do. But these are our challenges right now, and that's why we're trying to bring these to you, so that you can discuss and give us some guidance on which direction to go. If we look at all things being equal, that there's no impact to HB3 next year, then we're looking at relatively close to a balanced budget. That would be based on 98% tax collections, which generally were higher. A significant reduction in interest earnings because interest rates have dropped so much, and then 94.5% 94.5% attendance. And so you can see that we would propose a deficit of 199,000, but there's largely some contingency built into that because we're always going to build some contingency into the budget so that we don't have to come back and always try to amend the budget higher. Next slide. And this just takes that same number, that 199,000, and we would look, and Jeff had talked about 7 new buses that we were thinking that we're going to need for next year. That's once again going to be dependent partly on enrollment increases. And so we would like to put that in the budget as a fund balance designation. And so essentially budgeted, we'd be looking at roughly adopting a budget that had a proposed net change to fund balance of just about $1 million deficit. Once again, with the contingency that's in the expenses, we would anticipate we would end up in a surplus but fiscal situation for the year, but we have to build those contingencies in so that we would, based on what we think our fund balance will end this year, then we would say we'd estimate we'd be just over $38 million in fund balance at the end of fiscal year 21. Next slide. So here's the first high-level overview of what happens if we do get some cuts from the state. What happens if we get a 5% state revenue cut based on the HB3 formula for next year, and then get a 10% for 2021, 22, and 22, 23. And so the idea is to try to, I mean, that's a significant amount of revenues. We would lose a little over 3 million next year. And then the next 2 years, we would lose 6.5 million and roughly 7 million in our local and state funding based on those cuts, if it was at 5% and 10%. Understand, these are guesses. I don't know if it'll be 5%. I don't know if it'll be 10. I don't know if it'll be 20. And I don't have any direction as to what the actual number will be. What the latest thing I heard was on Friday from Amanda Brownson at TASBO that she sent out that right now they're not getting any indication that HB3 will be impacted in 2021. And so she had said there hasn't been any talk of that. They feel like the Economic Stabilization Fund will supplement enough to get through and they can make it to the legislative session. So no guarantees, but that's the latest that I have there. So you can see if we had those budget cuts based on those amounts, those 3 years, and we did a 2% cost of living adjustment this year, but because we had 10%, we did 0 in 2021, 22, and then 0 again, cost of living adjustment in 22, 23, then you can see what our projected deficits would be for those years. And the first year we'd be relatively small. The 5% we could largely absorb without any really changing much of anything. The second, third year, you can see our deficits start to get significantly larger, 3.5 million, and then close to 4 million. But there's still some room to work with there. That's not working, and that's only reducing our number of FTEs for 2021, 22, and 22, 23. We're projecting right now 65 new FTEs both of those years. And that's only this scenario only shows that we're going to reduce those to 60 FTEs, just drop 5. And so, largely if we get over 10%, then we're going to have some real challenges with the budget. I do feel like that we can do some things to weather a storm at a 10% budget cut from the state, but it gets beyond 10, and we start looking at how do we systemically change and make sure that we can weather the storm long term. And what does that mean? Knowing that salaries are 84% of our budget, then that's where we're going to get the majority. So do we have fewer number of staff in a sense of that we hire fewer? I don't think that we have to get RIF or have a reduction in force, but I think we do have to look at, do we not hire as many? How do our class sizes look? How do our class schedules look? That's a very complicated and in-depth discussion, but I do want to show that in my mind, from where I sit, a 5% next year and a 10% in 2021, 22, and 22, 23, we can manage that and still be have a healthy fund balance. And I will expect that it would be better than what I'm projecting here. So I know you have probably a ton of questions.
Yeah,
and
they are raising their hand. So hold on just a second. Let's get,
Okay.
let me start with Shannon. She raised her hand first.
Nice call, Todd, on that, by the way. So Todd, Scott, I think this looks great. I mean, thank you very much for your time today, and you've answered a lot of the questions that I had. I do have some additional ones though. So I know that we have a great collection rate on property taxes, but given that we're looking at the high levels of unemployment, we don't know how long this is going to last, et cetera, et cetera. Do we think that those collection rates are going to drop? Because we typically use, we typically say we get a pretty high collection because we do.
Right.
But you also can't get blood out of a turnip. So is there any conversation amongst you and your peers about any concern that that collection rate is going to drop on the property value, on the property taxes?
Absolutely. And that's a good question. So our collection rate, we probably estimate too conservative in the past on this already. So our collection rate is generally about 101%. And you're like, well, how can you collect 101%? Well, it's because the delinquent and the penalty, the delinquent plus the penalties and interest. And so that people pay when they have to pay, when they pay late. So if we're at 100 to 101%, we're projecting here 98%. Even though it doesn't sound like a lot, that's a pretty significant reduction from 100 to 98%. So I think we're taking that into account. It could go lower, but yes, other districts are definitely taking that into consideration and knowing that that's going to be a reality, that next year tax collections are probably almost 100% sure going to be lower percentage wise than this year collections. And so we need to be prepared for that.
Okay, so my second question, thank you. My second question is, what is a conversation amongst you and your peers regarding what attendance rate could look like? I know you've already made an adjustment for that, but given that we could be doing, we don't know what the fall is going to look like, but I know that I've heard a lot of rumblings about this particular issue. So have your peers and you have had, one more time, have your peers and you have had conversations about what, if that attendance rate, if you think that's a good, accurate representation? I apologize.
That's hard to answer, and nobody's really dropping their attendance rate projections too much. They know that there's going to be a challenge because the reality is that there's going to be a lot more concern for people to send their kids to school, assuming that we're in school, to send their kids to a school with all the situation, because I don't think anybody anymore thinks it's going to be passed by the time we get to August, that we're still going to be working in this situation with the coronavirus. That's a hard one to answer, and I don't know how low to go on the attendance rate.
I would say just be aware of that, and then
Right.
definitely, it would be interesting for you to get some survey information about what that's looking like. You've just said they're not dropping it, but I would certainly like you to bring that back to the board if you
Okay.
do start to hear some rumblings that it is going to be that other districts like us are starting to reduce that for, budget's sake, that you please bring that back to us. And then I've got like 3 more questions. I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
No.
I know that at one point, I thought I got them all out this morning, Scott. I'm so sorry. So I know we talked about this before. I'm just drawing a blank. So I don't remember if I got this specifically or if the board got this, but I had originally asked for at one point a graph or some kind of data on the surplus that we've added, so to speak, what we've added to the fund balance every year over time, because we've had some constituent concerns that we are passing these deficit budgets. We also know that we've been really conservative. Elaine was really conservative too, that we know that we've added to our fund balance. So did I just get that report, or did we all get that report and I just can't place it at the moment?
I usually include it once or twice a year. I think I included it in the last presentation,
Okay.
but I can include it again. But absolutely, and I have another one that I can prepare that I think I sent to Carrie a couple of weeks ago. That it's not a graph so much, but I can convert it to a graph. But it kind of shows what we've done each year for about the last 6 or 7 years.
I thought we had seen, I just couldn't remember if it was something I asked more specifically, but so the thing is that we have constituents that are starting to ask these questions, right? About not only what's going on right now and our costs and our revenue streams, et cetera, but it would be good information that we could just, if we could rapidly produce it, would be great, because more attention is going to be focused on these so-called deficit budgets. So this is my other question. If there's a possibility that our average daily attendance may not be quite reflective. We don't know that, right? We don't know. I'm not asking you to get out a crystal ball. And we don't know if our collections are going to be reflective of what we are currently doing. Is there a reason that for this year we don't try to do a balanced budget just to see what happens? I mean, I know it means more work for you guys right on the other end as far as budget amendments, but we're not that far off. Is it more appropriate to do a kind of a balanced budget this year and kind of make that whole amount the contingency? That might be a dumb question and I might not be asking it correctly, but I'm just trying to address some questions that have come to me about our budget process. And I think we're so close. I mean, that's a real small margin.
Right. No, I think that there's enough, that's so small, there's so many variables that it would be relatively easy to go in and look at a few things and to bring a balanced budget to the board. I don't think that be happy to do that.
So
go ahead, Todd. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to find a place to jump in. There's a lot of good conversations happening, but just for reference, and we can bring it back, but during our budget workshop, we had a nice slide that showed that historic fund balance growth over time. And it's been usually about 2 to 3 million better than what we anticipate. And so I think what you see there is kind of what Scott's alluded to, is that we are conservative. Prior to this, we've been very conservative, and that's why we've always been able to add fund balance year after year after year. The question becomes, do we have enough conservative built into our current ratios for us to weather this current health pandemic? And that's a good question, and we may not have the answer to. However, because we built that fund balance up to where it is right now, having over 7 months worth of that banked, that is exactly what the fund balance is designed to do, is to help you weather some storms as they come through there. And so I think those are good questions to ask, and we could bring that chart back to you next time. But it is a good visual to show that our conservative nature has enabled us to build this fund balance over time.
So I want to be really clear on why I'm asking these questions. I think it's really important for us to communicate to our community, our stakeholders. And I don't think that we have done always the best job, not intentionally, of course, but I think that what you just said, I want to hear that in every public meeting when we're talking about the budget, because I want our constituents to hear that. I want our stakeholders to really understand that we have placed so much in reserve, so to speak. It's a terrible word for this, but you know what I mean? We've done a great job for so long that we're better prepared to weather this storm, because I know that teachers are asking this question, staff's asking this question. I mean, it's coming from everywhere. So let's communicate it. Let's make sure we're getting that information out. So just keep on, that's really why I'm asking these questions, to be perfectly honest. And the last one is it, again, because we've had some communication to the board from our community, can we kind of get, and it can be just to me or it can be to the whole board if anyone else is interested, but like an interim budget that just kind of shows us, wraps up what the effect has been since March 13th, which, does anyone find that odd that that was Friday the 13th that this all really came down? If you could let us know. You've already talked about in big scope, you've talked about the decrease in child nutrition, you've talked about certain things, but can you wrap that kind of all up into what that really looks like? Would be, if that's possible to do without a whole lot of effort. I know you guys are working really, really hard, and I do want to say thanks to Jeff. That was great information. But if there's a way to do that so that we are more informed, and by us talking about it, all we do are informing our stakeholders even better. These are uncertain times, and everyone is asking these questions, not only about their own personal finances, but in, with the community at large. So I really want to just make sure we're having a lot of dialogue and we're being as clear as we can. We know there's a lot of unknowns. I'm not asking you to answer those unknowns, but I do think that we can give our community, our stakeholders, a sense of I don't know the word I'm looking for, peace, I guess. Not, do you see what I'm trying to say? Is that we can,
Yes.
I just want to get some more information out there to people. And the last thing I will say is, I wanted to bring this up when we had our team building, but I really encourage my colleagues to really tell Scott and his team what you want to see during this uncertain time, because I know we're all being asked these questions, but they are willing to give us whatever we want if we tell them what we want, because they are balancing so many unknowns and so many, it's really hard to narrow down that focus of what we want to see. So I encourage you to be really clear in your communication tonight when he's asking, what do you want to see? What do you want to see that would help you get through this budget process? That's it. Thank you very much. Sorry I took so much time.
Awesome. No, thank you.
So we've got Mary Jane to put her hand up, and I know we've got Ron and Joanna both want to ask questions. So Mary Jane, you go next, and then we'll go to Ron after that.
So after Shannon's exhortation, I do have a question that I would like answered. Just because in the past week, between a webinar and a Zoom call that Marath had with school board members across the state, I heard a few things over and over again. One is that there will be delayed values, and there will be an increase in protests, and a general, not so rosy picture. What you projected tonight was far more optimistic than what I've heard in the past week. Marath seemed to be greatly discouraging any kind of raises in this next year. And then also there was, chatter on social media about the TSB salary survey and where we fall. And it did not appear to me that we get credit, quote unquote, for the longevity stipend. And I was wondering if we had done any kind of internal analysis of where we would fall if we were given credit for that, as if it were part of salary.
Well, we haven't done any analysis that I know of, unless Tiffany has, but I know that I haven't. But that would be relatively easy to do. And of course, it's going to affect everybody differently depending on how long they've been in the district. But no, it's not reflected in those comparisons with other districts for sure. And it should, I think there is a lot of value to it. And that was a neat thing that we were able to do for the teachers and staff. I know that, and it's hard because I'm not saying that we should give, a cost of living adjustment increase. There's a lot of, differing situations, I guess, that different districts are doing. It seems like in Central Texas, for the most part, it's going to be that 1 to 2 and sometimes even 3%. And so that's the challenge of, if we're looking at how we compare to other districts, is if other districts are going to take that leap and they're going to do that, then maybe we would be the smart ones by not doing anything. I just want to make sure that the board's aware of that, what the other districts are doing, so that we're not misrepresenting, what those comparisons are. And I think, Todd, you've got some information you were just looking at today that you might be able to speak to a little bit.
Yeah, and first of all, Mary Jane, I want to say I appreciate what you're saying. I know I've been on a lot of Zoom calls as well, and you have the spectrum, right? Varying degrees of how intense these cuts may be, when these cuts may be that come about. And I think to your point on the longevity stipend, I think it's a good one. The problem with it is we could be reflective and say, last year, here's where we would have ranked if we embed that, but this year, we haven't guaranteed the longevity stipend. So really what we're showing with that TSB audit on where you rank as far as in those quartiles, that is true when it comes to recruiting people. And so it's that challenge of recruiting versus retention. And then again, since the longevity stipend is a year-to-year decision, we can't assume, unless the board is saying that's what we want to do, is do that every year, but that is the equivalent of 1%. And so again, I think the budget workshop, if you go back to that, I think we're talking about, and again, it was right as everything was happening, at 3% with 2 to 3% with a longevity stipend. So that's up to 4. And so I think it's what we have to have that dialogue about, right? I'm saying we need to adjust based on where we're at now, but I would say in my group of superintendents, majority of them are giving some types of raises up to 3%. And again, I think I mentioned this before, and it's a great analogy. Everyone is in the same storm, but everybody's in a little bit different sized boat depending on their fund balance. And that does give you some flexibility, again, not to use it all or spend it all at one given time, but it gives you a little bit of flexibility to know that we are one of the districts that have the healthiest fund balances in this area, which is kudos to the board for your planning and your budgeting process from the previous years. So we can look at that, but it's really a reflective piece, because that longevity stipend, we can't apply it to this year because we haven't heard that the board wants to approve that again.
No, I understand. I mainly just wanted to give those data points because there's not a great way to channel that information when we do participate in these calls and Zooms and everything. But I was really glad to hear Shannon's point of, my goodness, if we can inform the community about that really important point, then we should.
Absolutely.
Let's see, Ron.
Yeah, and thank you, Scott and Todd, so much for your presentation. I realize it's a moving target and a bit of a crystal ball exercise, and so my heart goes out. I think that I think my concern, of course, when you talk about potential budget reductions and you get into the area of 10%, we're talking about then we may have to look at specific program cuts or something else. And of course, there's always kind of, and I appreciate Todd's presentation when he talked about the levers. And so I guess that's where my question lies, Carrie. What I'd like to do, and I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but I would like to have a separate conversation with Jeff, because I've got some questions on some of the numbers that he presented and just some clarity in my head where the different pockets of money occur. So I'm going to ask your permission if I could call maybe, Jeff really, and Scott can be on it too, but I don't have to go to their offices, but I just wanted to get some clarity on some of the numbers of his presentation, just so that I can get a better sense of kind of which levers I think might be prudent to talk about. I don't know that I wanted to take up everybody's time here, but just because I'm confused, I didn't want to drag everybody else down with me. But with your permission, I'd like to call Jeff and see, I say maybe 20 minutes, and I'd be glad to summarize my clarity and get it back out to the board if you all want that. But it's just really tough, and I think I share same concern as all of my board colleagues. We all think that our teachers and administrators should make more money, and we're trying to find ways to make that happen. And so the question in my head is, well, can we ever adjust the budget where we take, potential, future FTEs and maybe not hire so many, but maybe take that money and redistribute it in other ways? I think that those are the kinds of questions I kind of like to ask Jeff or Scott.
Yeah, Ron, I'm glad you brought the future FTEs, and Scott mentioned it earlier about contingencies. We are really examining and looking at those additional growth positions and being more conservative than we have before. And so I think while we have 40 in the budget, we have some flexibility to hold those for contingencies. And again, as Scott mentioned, just that shift in focus on ADA and enrollment being so much more important than property values in the past. So those growth positions really get tied back to, are we seeing those student growth numbers come on board or not? And so while we would love to hire all those positions now, we're realizing we're going to have to hold on some of those so that we ensure we have those numbers moving forward. So if we don't have them, we hold those positions. And again, that builds into back to Shannon's original point about trying to do that zero balance, that balanced budget piece. Well, if we held on to, a handful of those FTE positions, we'd be really close to that balanced budget piece. And then again, as those numbers increase, then we're getting additional funding from the state to pay for that additional staff.
Well, I think we also have the problem of, frankly, to be blunt, some missing students. And I'm not sure how they could potentially be accounted for, or if they you know, I don't think we have this problem so much here in our district, but I have heard in other school districts where they're going to have to convert missing students to dropout students. And so I wanted to find out what kind of an impact that could potentially have, but I don't have a real good feel for what that number looks like in our district. So that's another kind of series of questions I had for Scott and Jeff.
I think it's totally appropriate for you to meet with them and ask your questions, Ron. It's likely that whatever you're asking is probably something that would be of interest to the full board. So whatever conversations you have, if there's any pieces you want to feed back to us, please do.
I'll do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Joanna, you had a question.
Yeah, I echo a lot of what Ron and my other board colleagues had said, and I'd be interested, Ron, in hearing what you find out, because FTEs are a concern of mine. I mean, I really, the questions around compensation and FTEs are pretty important to me as we are moving forward. And what I would like to see is, especially on slides like 23, you've told us how many FTEs you're accounting for in each of these budgets, but I don't see the number anywhere. And it would be great to kind of have an idea of, along with the other numbers on page 23, what our student growth might look like that year. And how many FTEs we might be planning for, just so we can get an idea of what those costs are. And I also am very concerned, before I move on to that, in terms of compensation, I'd like to see some information about different levels of increased compensation. Like, what if we did 1.5%? Are we going to be making any salary adjustments since we had the TASB salary study? Do we want to fund everybody at the same percentage? Is that what's most equitable? Is it more equitable, or do you want to look at scenarios to do, you know, certain types of staff at 2% and some at 1.5? I'm not sure. I'd like to see some different scenarios so we can get an idea of what those costs can be. And I'd also like to hear a recommendation from y'all about what you think is really most equitable. I think we all don't want to be in a position where we're either having to have a reduction in force or not be able to provide stability and compensation for employees. So I know we all want to make the best decision now so that people can rely on the salary moving forward. I also know that TEA released some guidance on school calendaring that they expect to impact school budgets. And I know that that came out at the end of last week. And I can't imagine that there's any way that you could have incorporated it into this. Because I know that TEA is recommending an extended school year with more breaks, and they expect that to have budgetary implications, both in terms of compensation, but also in terms of our buildings would just be open longer. We'd be using more stuff. We'd have more sanitation supplies. I have no idea how to figure out what impact that would have on next year. And I don't know how much you do, but if we could get some idea of what that calendar would do to our budget, knowing that you were reading tea leaves to some degree, Scott. And I just really want to thank you too, that I know that there were a lot of there were some changes made in these slides today in response to our questions, and I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate some clarity. So I think first thing on the FTEs, which is really a big benefit for a growing district, is even if we're growing slower, we're still going to be looking to add FTEs. And so as we grow, if our budget doesn't support it, we don't have to add those FTEs. So that in and of itself helps us with our future budgets, because if we don't add as many FTEs, while we may have to change, certain schedules or some class sizes a little bit, but we earn additional revenue for the additional students that are here, but we don't have to necessarily hire new people, but we don't have to do a reduction in force for the people who are currently here. So I think that's a benefit of being a growing district. If we were in a district that wasn't growing right now, I would have a whole lot more concern, because we have so much so many more options with how many new FTEs each year we hire. My first kind of gut reaction to that calendar, and I looked at that on Friday too, is it's all going to be dependent on if they change teacher contract days and that type thing. If teachers are still 187, then we're largely going to have a very similar type budget. There may be some costs that go up because we're in the buildings during some of the warmer months of the year, and so our utilities go up, or we're having to do disinfecting more, some different things. Or how does that affect UIL? Because we're having to have, maybe there's UIL competitions going on during school closures more often, and so I think those are some factors. But I think largely it wouldn't be a huge impact as my first thought, but I need to look into it more and see. The bigger issue is if for some reason I think a district wanted to go to that additional day school year where the pre-K through 5 attended during the summer, then you have to go to school at least 180 days before you get that additional funding. And I don't know that we as a district are talking about that, but that would be some additional funding or expenses for us. And I think most districts, because most districts do not have a calendar that's 180. Most districts are, I think we're 176 or 177 days that kids are in instruction, but most districts are around 170 to 172. So that's a significant impact. But no, I'm taking notes here. I appreciate the clarity, and Shannon, I want to go back to you. I appreciate you asking. The more that y'all can be clear as to what you're looking for, the more it helps us drive our work. And I really appreciate that, because I know we're trying to provide clarity, but we don't know what clarity looks like to everybody. So as you ask those questions, it does help.
So what questions, what remaining questions do we have? This is the last time, obviously we have next week, but then we'll be presented the budget in June. And so any other scenarios or research items that you need Scott and Jeff to be working on, we need to identify them now, or at least, make a good attempt to do that between now and when we meet, and then after that, so that they can start pulling together the final package. Marissa?
I was just curious if you have any idea, and it's so hard to tell, if we had to go back into quarantine, what financial issues would we have? For example, I from what I understand, it's been a little bit difficult, let's say for special education, to focus on that many children. So there's a potential of possibly hiring more people. Like scenarios like that, how would we handle that? What are our costs? Would it be like, are there going to be more sanitation costs? I don't know if my question.
No, it's a great question, and it's a challenge. And I don't know if maybe Todd or Joe can step in, because I don't know what that costs, because I don't know what that model would look like exactly. And I know that on the one side, when we go into a school closure and we do remote learning, we drop a lot of our costs are reduced. Utilities, transportation, travel, utilities. Some of those different areas. But what hurts is our enterprise funds, because they bring in a lot of revenue, and when we're in those school closures, we're not bringing in those revenues. Community services, daycare, pre-K would really fall under that. Child nutrition. There's a lot of money. That's a roughly a $300,000 a month revenue stream in child nutrition that we don't earn anymore, and for the district when we're in school closure. So I think the biggest impact really is those lost revenues. There are impacts, but most of the other impacts right now, the way the model is, actually reduce our cost a little, probably not as much as what we're lose on the revenue side, but somewhat. So, but yes, the special education, I know that's a real issue. I don't know the answer to that. I would have to turn it to the L&I specialist to, if I don't know if they have any insight as to what that model looks like.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I'm not going to try to answer it tonight, but I think as we're continuing to talk about not only closing out this school year, but what summer school is going to look like, what additional support systems and processes need to be in place, we're putting together a team of teachers, including special education teachers, to really look at our ability to deliver instruction remotely, and looking at what tweaks or recommendations we would look at moving forward. Because as we go into the fall, I think we're going to have at least probably 3 contingencies. 1, life is good, we're back to normal and everyone's happy. 2 would be we continue remote learning at the same level we are right now. And then 3 would be like a hybrid approach, right? Where maybe it's a remote learning for some, maybe it's opting in and out of remote learning. And so we would have to come up with a hybrid model and approach. And with those, there would be some additional costs, everything from potentially additional resources for curriculum, perhaps, to, again, if we're delivering instructional support for our students with individual education plans, do we need to provide additional resources, i.e. perhaps even more staffing to do that? So those are things that we're going to be working on, and we'll work with Scott also on putting some instructional contingency in place for those pieces as well. We do have instructional materials allotment that is allowable if we were to purchase additional instructional resources. But as far as staffing goes, that's where it would hit the budget the most, Marisa, I think, and that's really where your question was landing there. But we're having conversations, like Scott said, with fellow districts in Central Texas. We're meeting, TEA is sharing a lot of different information as well. And so we're all working on those contingencies currently.
Mary Jane, you had a question?
Yes, it was going to be for Scott during agenda review, but it sounds appropriate to piggyback on Marissa. There were also some intimations in meetings in the past week that districts would be able to seek reimbursement for COVID-related expenses. And so my question was going to be, are we talking about hotspots, or are we talking about more substantive expenses?
So I don't know exactly how the reimbursement is going to be. So largely FEMA doesn't seem to be the first option, and it may not be really an option at all. The way it's talking directly with them, they said that most school districts have dropped out of looking at FEMA funding based on when they hear, because it's category B, which is protective equipment, basically, or protective services. And most of what we have doesn't qualify for that. So it looks like right now the funding, that mechanism, is the CARES federal stimulus. And so how much we're going to get from that still hasn't been released by TA, to my knowledge, is how much that's going to be funded toward the districts. And then when they do, are they going to fund it as additional on top of HB3, or are they going to fund it as a supplement to help them, not have such a big budget cut? So I don't, and some of you may have heard more than I have on that, but as of now, I don't have information. But that seems to be our revenue source for the coronavirus right now, is the CARES stimulus funds.
Shannon.
That just brings up another question for me that just might be way out there for a government entity. I'm not sure how this is handled, but under the CARES Act, since a lot of my clients are getting if they retain their employees, they're getting a payroll credit. Are you all eligible for that? Is there some kind of relief for that everyone's working, but we did retain employees, of course. So are we getting any benefit from that at all?
I have no idea right now. I will have to try to dig in and find that out.
I would think no. The answer is no, Shannon, based on what I've heard, although I think that I read a news report today where Congress is considering another stimulus package that directly impacts that direct point that includes school districts.
So it's not the PPP or the EIDL funding or anything. It's the payroll credits for anyone who's paying employees that are paying into the payroll tax system, which we do. That's the piece I'm talking about. Is that the same, Ron?
Yes, and I'll try to get clarity and get back with you tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay, thanks.
So Scott, let me ask you this, because I know we want to wrap this up, but also provide you the direction you need, what data points would be helpful for you to hear from the board today as far as direction, so that you have sort of a concrete idea of what you need to do next?
I think for me, the number one thing in the budget is what's the cost of living adjustment. Really, that's really what it comes down to. And I feel like, quite honestly, whether it's 1% or 1.5% or 2% or 2.5%, we can make that work in really almost any scenario, because we can adjust for next year and future years. Every year we get a new opportunity, and we're a growing district. And from my understanding with PASA, we're going to continue to grow. And so we're going to continue to have options with the FTE. So, and how many new FTEs we bring on each year. I think that direction from the board, because all we really want to do is bring a budget to the board for approval that I don't want to say you feel comfortable with, because I don't know if anybody feels comfortable with approving any budget this year. But I think knowing that you have put us in a position where we can be successful in a trying time, brings some comfort to know that fund balance is largely like that's our economic stabilization fund. I mean, that's kind of ours in our district. And so that's what it's there for. And this is a good time to be prepared to use some of it if we have to. But yes, if I can get some direction as to what to bring for the cost of living adjustment, that's really the number one thing for me.
So let me ask you this. We had done a sustained effort for several years, right, up until last year, where we were trying to rebase or set all of our employees at a place where we were competitive with the districts around us. And that got off kilter last year because of the way that HB3 impacted budgets, and different school districts had to do different things to get into an acceptable amount for HB3 funding. And that is, we had the recent salary review, and I didn't get an indication from that there was any sort of sophisticated structure whereby teachers that had taught for this long should get this much. There wasn't a lot like we've seen in past years where, the median needed to receive a certain amount and the people that were new a certain amount. I didn't hear any of that out of the presentation. It was just sort of a general alignment. We could give, that 1%, 2%, 3%, like we've been talking about. Has there been any further deep dive into that to look to see if there are things we could do in particular to make ourselves more competitive, or really is it just us looking at what we can do from a top to bottom standpoint?
So in the TASB presentation, there is a pay scale adjustment component there, and it was there again this year, and maybe it wasn't hit on as much, but there is, and it's roughly 1% pay scale adjustment. That's employees across the board. So in their 2% model, there's a 2% for standard across the board salary increases, and then there's another 0.9 for pay scale adjustments if we accepted all pay scale adjustments. And so then that would be a 3% impact overall to the budget. Now, it wouldn't be 3% for every employee. It would be more for some and less for others. And so in our discussions, we've talked about that maybe this isn't the year to work toward those pay scale adjustments. Maybe if we can give a standard across the board raise to all staff, if it's at 2% or 2.5%, that's what we'd recommend, and then maybe come back in a future year, because the pay scale was just largely redone 2 years ago. And so I think there's some feelings like if we got it leveled 2 years ago, how are we too far off now? And so, but so there's different discussion. Tiffany, I know, is here, and obviously that's really her area, and she was the one most involved. So if you want her to speak to that, I know she's.
Yeah, I was just gonna, let me just say this. I think what we're looking for is just some guidance. As Scott said, we could bring you increments of 0.5 percentage point. We can give you a 1%, 1.5, 2, 2.5. Just if you give us those range of impact, and then we can work up those different models. But I would concur. We talked about this before. I don't believe, we do need to be fiscally responsible. We do need to really think about the times we live in. And I think looking at more of an overall percentage increase instead of on top of that adding the scale adjustment, because as I was looking back through what we presented before, at years 0, 5, and 10, we were either 13th or 15th out of 16 schools, all the way through years 15, and then 20, we get just into the top 10. So I think that we could focus just on whatever the board's comfortable with as far as a percent increase and not worry about the salary scale adjustment right now, just given the times we're in. I think that makes the most sense.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that the board was supportive of prior to, certainly in the conversations we had leading up to the beginning of COVID, the board has been supportive of moving forward with, you know, at least a 2% cost of living increase. That's what we were looking at, with the option of what amounts to be a 1% employee incentive payment as an add-on, if we've decided by whatever we did last time, I don't remember if it was October 1 or November 1, we have the money and we think it's responsible. And so I would say, unless, and I'm saying this looking at board faces, unless I'm misspeaking, that's the direction I think we were headed. I think that we have made purposeful decisions for a number of years now on fund balance to get it to the point that it is. This allows us to do that, and I don't think we're being inappropriate by doing that for our families, knowing that it still allows us in the future to still have money in fund balance and to protect, you know, what other shortages we may exist. I mean, if we get back to a situation where we were in 2011, everything's back on the table, and you know, you can't predict to that degree. And I don't think 2% increase, you know, puts us in a death knell, you know, at that point. So I think it's still a conservative way to proceed. And so I'm, you know, would ask if there's any board members that object to doing that, which is just have the numbers so that we know what a 2% would look like, and then what a cost of living adjustment for seniority, not seniority, longevity, could be added in as an addition to that, and start there. Go ahead, Ron.
So yeah, Carrie, and I agree with you. I think the board was on, you know, was on course for the discussion that you just referenced. I think my big concern too, though, is that again, it's one of the reasons I wanted to have a deeper discussion with Jeff and Scott, perhaps, because I just think that we're going to have to take a look at some other ways to potentially look at some revenue potential reductions. And that's why I want to talk about, you know, future FTEs and some other, because I don't know that we can do, we can't do both, I don't think. And so, but I also look at I think my biggest grievance in this entire discussion too, like when you look at other school districts, we have a neighboring district, for example, that I think kind of, you know, provided a percent increase to their staff that, in my opinion, is unsustainable. I don't think that there's any way that they can do that in the future. So I'm trying to figure out what the balance is between, you know, the prudent, you know, measure, while at the same time trying to protect our, you know, our folks here.
Ron, given that, do you want them to prepare something different that just includes a 0.5% or 1% or something short of 2?
No, I
just
don't.
Want to have the conversation about what other options might exist.
Right, because I just feel like that. I mean, I just think that 2%, you know, again, it's a cost of living adjustment, and I think that we need to try to keep pace, which is, I think we've done a pretty good job. But I also think that, you know, we have to take a look at some other areas to potentially look at some cost savings and potential reductions if we had to. But no, I'm very, I don't know, I would be an advocate for the 2%. I just would have some questions around some of the other budget items.
Sure. Thank you for that clarification, Barbara.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that 2% cost of living increase is what we have been discussing and planning on with our budget parameters. And I know that there may be hard times ahead, but you know, from the information we've heard so far, I don't see any reason that we need to vary from that. So, you know, it does give us a chance to catch up if we go ahead and do that. Some districts may not be able to do that. But yeah, I think with our healthy fund balance, it puts us in a good position that, you know, it's kind of a safety net with what comes. But with a 2% cost of living increase being a, you know, basically a $1 million budget item, I'm definitely comfortable doing that. And I also think that's what we need to do.
Awesome.
Any board member feel differently or want to say anything additional at this point? And I just remind everybody, because I know we've talked about FTEs moving forward. I mean, the delta between us this and next year is that we're going to be opening another elementary school in the fall of 2021. And that's a huge, you can talk about cutting back FTEs, but how many on average people do you need to staff an elementary school? Can you pull that number off the top of your head, Scott or Todd?
Well, I think there's different, I mean, so really to me, it's kind of the net difference because some of your teachers, you know, you're going to move from one campus to another. So it's those positions in that, you know, a principal and assistant principal and your counselor and child nutrition, custodial maintenance. I'm estimating roughly 25 that would be specific that support to that campus. And I don't have it all listed out right here in front of me. But that's what I would, you know, that's what I would guess. You know, teachers, like I said, they're going to be in a classroom, and so we won't have additional teachers so much, but we will have additional, you know, flies and ifs and those type personnel. So 25 is, I'm estimating right now 40 non-new campus. I mean, for next year plus the 25. So that's where the 65 FTEs right now.
Yeah. So just, I just want everybody to remember that it's not as easy. You know, there are some basic things that we will have to do going into next year that
those are kind of given. You're right.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, Scott, hopefully that's helpful to you. And if you have obviously anything we have next week too, to, you know, to do any additional items that we think, and in fact, Ron, if you're able to visit with them for next week, these weeks, you know, when we're meeting so quickly, it's really hard to turn around and get everything done. But if by chance, no pressure, that's another potential data point we could discuss. But thank you so much. The slides were very helpful. Thank you for you and Jeff for your patience tonight walking us through all of that. And we appreciate all you're doing. I know this is an uncertain time all around. So
I appreciate
thank you very much.
And the questions. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else before we move on to our agenda review tonight? Okay. So let's start that then. We will have our traditional opening ceremony. We've got some exciting recognitions next week. We have our hostess state qualifiers, our Texas Forensic Association. You'll see a nice list of people, including our top 10 graduates, Teacher of the Year, and retiring employees. Todd, will you tell us how are we going to be able to do all of that? Are we doing it through slideshows? Are we going to have anybody on Zoom with us? What will that look like?
It'll look like a little bit of all the above. We're going to have some slides. We're going to have some videos that are presented with Teacher of the Year. I think our principals are going to give a nice little summary of those candidates. We're going to also do some kind of live award of the elementary and secondary Teacher of the Year in some fashion. So we're going to do our best to honor them in the best possible way. And we'll probably even extend some of that to convocation next fall as well to acknowledge them, given the circumstances we're in. So we're going to honor them in a lot of different ways. But we have lots of videos, lots of slides, some in live awards that will be handed out.
Well, it's always one of our favorite meetings of the year because we have so many people to honor. So thank you for trying to make it possible in this virtual life we're living in. All right, so we'll have our normal public forum, and then we'll move on to reports and discussion items where we'll go right into the Office of Learning Innovation with our interim assistant superintendent, Joe Burns. Joe, you get to retire again soon. We're happy to have you as long as you will stay, but I know you're probably looking forward to that retirement you were promised this time last year.
And Carrie, if I could jump in before Joe starts, I was looking at the agenda trying to balance out just timing on some things. And so we have in your packet the nurses report. Was planning on the nurses coming to visit with y'all next week. And then we will do the GT update today. And The L&I report Joe will speak to briefly, and then the Canvas analytic report, we're going to share that with you on the 18th. One of our staff members was ill, not in the bad way, but just we just got that into the packet today, but we want to give you some time to look at it, and so we will present on that next Monday, if that's okay with everybody. And with that said, I'll pass it to Joe.
Hey, good evening. Yeah, like Todd was saying, we have 3 reports for you guys ready. The nurses report, the GT update, and Canvas analytics report. Tonight you'll hear, I think she's still with us, Mandy Turner, and I'm not sure if Michael Kryzak is there as well. They'll be presenting the annual GT update. Next Monday also, we'll ask for y'all's approval of Proclamation 2020, the high school ELA adoption as well. So that's what I have for you tonight, but I will now turn it over to Mandy.
Yeah, she's here. Thank you, Mandy, for hanging out with us. I think Michael's, there he is too. Y'all are great. We appreciate your patience. Please proceed.
Absolutely. It's interesting to kind of get an insider's view of some of those topics that we don't often get to hear about to that level, for sure. Well, thank you for having us. And we do have a presentation that we shared. I'm not sure who drives that for us.
We are popping it up right now.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Y'all are all night owls.
Not by choice, Mandy, not by choice. Hopefully it's coming.
You can just scroll it that way. You can scroll it that way. Do screen share.
We do have copies in our folders if you can see it. If you need to wait till they pop it on the big screen, we understand too.
No, Michael and I can both see it as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
perfect. Okay.
So I'm going to jump in and go ahead and get started and share the first few slides with you, and then Michael will wrap us up at the end of our presentation. So if you want to go on to the next one, this is just a quick little overview of our vision and our mission in the GT department. So this is the same that we've had for the last couple of years and developed with our GT advisory committee many years ago, and teachers and coordinators. Go on to the next one. This is just a quick overview of our service design in DSISD currently. So at the elementary schools, we are serving our GT students through their classroom teachers, as well as through our GT specialists. We have 2 GT specialists. They are split between the 4 campuses. They each serve 2 campuses. And so the students in their general ed classrooms are provided with differentiated assignments, choice activities, and different things like that. But when they come with the GT specialists, they're in a pull-out program, and that is where the specialists are able to go much deeper with them based on their gifts, really. At the secondary level, the students are served in their core academic classes by their 30-hour, GT 30-hour trained teachers. And in these classes, once again, the curriculum is differentiated or extended based on the content, as well as the TEKS, as well as the students' gifts. In past years, depending on numbers, we have been able to put together what we call on here as pure GT classes, where GT sections rather, where it's truly just identified GT students in a section. But most of our GT classes at the secondary level have been GT and pre-AP mixed groups. And until this coming school year, we're very excited that we are working with our middle schools, and this is based on feedback from teachers and students and parents, that we're excited that we are going to be able to offer pure GT ELA classes at every grade level, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And we're also going to be able to offer a GT advisory class for our GT students. So we're excited to get that going. We'll have to see what that's going to look like as far as with remote learning and everything, but we are excited that that's going to be happening, because that's been some feedback we've heard for the last couple of years, and so we're happy that that's happening. So here are our current enrollment as of this week, really. So we are sitting at 7.1% of our students in DSISD are identified and served currently as in our gifted and talented program. The state average is about 8.1%. So we're slightly under there. We currently are in the midst of identifying and assessing students that we had from our spring referral window. We have about 80 students that we still need to finish the testing process with for this spring. Those students will be finishing that up the first week of August. We've been working with parents to get that scheduled and giving them opportunity to sign up for dates and times. And Michael's going to share a little bit more about that here in just a little bit. And you see there on our chart, scroll back up just a little bit, sorry. On that chart there that I included, we did have, and so these numbers, the referral numbers, are from our summer session that we did last summer, 2019, and then our fall session this past fall. And then we did an early kindergarten window this year. That was a little bit new for us, and we'll share about that in just a moment. But out of those three, so this is not including our current spring window referrals. We did not include those numbers in because these are just numbers of students that were referred and actually finished the process with. So 203 referrals, 44 of those qualified. And so currently we're sitting at about 22% of our students who were referred actually qualified for the services. Here are our elementary enrollment numbers. You see there, new for the chart this year is our kindergarten numbers. And so that was due to our early kinder window that we included this year. And you can see down there at the bottom, the totals for each of the campuses have grown slightly every year. Walnut is a campus that is on our radar for digging a little bit deeper into why their numbers are lower, and kind of getting more information and working with that campus on what needs to be done, maybe specific to what their needs are, not just the general needs of our district. So we'll go on to the middle school. So once again, our middle school numbers are there. We grew just by one student at DSMS. We had a dip at SSMS. I believe that that 8th grade group was a little bit larger. And so when they went on up to the high school there, that affected our enrollment there. And then our totals there for middle school right now is 158 students. And once again, these numbers are just based on the students who are currently in the program being served. So these will not be reflective of any of our students in the spring right now that are going through the process. And these are our high school enrollment numbers. So at the high school, we have about 197 students who are being served in our program. Our furloughs and exits. So furloughs, what that means is that students have the option of pausing their services for 1 year. And so we didn't have any of those this year. And we also did not have any formal exits this year. We did have a couple of students who did not return this school year. They withdrew, they moved, those kinds of things, but we did not have any students who chose to exit the program or were exited out of the program for one reason or another, and we did not have any furloughs this year. Here are our program demographics. I know that you guys have had a chance to look at these. I did want to draw your attention to the bottom there, the twice exceptional students. So with the adoption of the new state plan, one of the areas that a lot of districts, and then just in the GT world in general, we're looking at our twice exceptional populations and how to really make sure that we are providing opportunities for them for those students to not only be referred, but also identified. And so twice exceptional students are those that might have a 504 or an IEP, different things like that, but also are gifted. So this is a new area that Michael and I and our GT committee has been digging into this year. And so this is the data that we were able to pull, but this is definitely something that's a goal of ours as we're moving on as to what other things can we do to put in place to capture these students, as well as our some of our other population students that you see here. That has been one of our big goals this year, is just kind of looking at the research and data and finding resources and really evaluating what we're doing and what we have been doing, and then what we could be doing to raise some of our percentages in these groups. Okay, and Michael's going to take it from here and give us a kind of a DSISD look of past, present, and future.
So this slide reflects our percentage according to the snapshot over the last few years. And you can also see a comparison with the state of Texas. And then we worked with Rhonda Whitman to help identify some similar districts that we could use as a comparison in the cohorts between comparable size and community types. And so you see the state average has kind of consistently stayed in the high 7% and has moved up to 8%, where the U.S. Department of Education estimates that the national average is around 6%. And so we can move on to the next slide. And so just like all the other programs, we had to take a look at our service design in response to school closure. So our elementary specialists have continued to do weekly enrichment and extension options. They're meeting in small groups and one-on-one Zooms where they're seeing a really high attendance rate. And they're making sure to check in not just for that academic enrichment, but also make sure those students' social and emotional needs are being met, and regular contact with the parents as well to offer support for those students in this unique time. Secondary has followed suit and are offering their weekly Zoom meetings for their students, as well as giving opportunities to build that depth and complexity for enrichment. And that we've also made sure with our GT specialists, they've helped us make sure the district GT parent Facebook has been updated with resources and places to look for support. And we can move on. So with testing, we did take a pause on where we were with the notification of school closure. So there was an assessment committee that met in April, and we reviewed the portfolios for those students that were able to complete their testing and determine their eligibility. Those that either hadn't started testing or were in the process, we're pausing those until hopefully early August. That will hold some summer testing to get those students through so that those that qualify can start immediately at the beginning of the year. And then those, if for whatever reason with family obligations or concerns, we will offer early testing for those students in the beginning of the year when school starts, to make sure that they've all had their chance to be assessed. And then looking forward as we grow and enhance our program. Last year in the summer 2019, we did summer testing where we had all our new to DSISD students, so those that came in the spring, and then through the summer, we made sure to get them checked and look at their records and make determinations before the beginning of the school year. This year, like I said, we'll be using that to wrap up our summer testing, and then we'll get all our new to DSISD students through in the fall. We offered a specific bilingual parent night where we had staff on hand to not only translate information in Spanish about our program and the GT Learner, but also to provide access to technology and assistance with referring their students. And we're also making sure all GT communications are translated into Spanish and shared with the English communications. Like Mandy said, we're offering ELA pure GT classes at both middle schools. Jason and Dan have been really supportive of working with counselors and families to make that happen, as well as GT advisories. In accordance with the state plan, we also started assessing and identifying GT kindergarten students to get them placed in the spring, where before they would be tested and start in first grade. So we worked with the GT specialists and some research and the district kindergarten teachers to really look at checklists to help teachers and families identify those students, because you don't necessarily see the academic indicators yet, you see the behavior and thinking indicators. We also continued doing peer facilitated transition support. So rising sixth graders met with current sixth graders at both middle school campuses, and then rising ninth graders actually got to meet with kind of a range of students that were all in different grade levels at the high school to hear really about the different paths and things like that. And then this year, we are able to offer 6-hour updates through the Tag It On Demand, and that gives teachers the personalization to really pick what pieces they want based on their needs and their position for their 6-hour update. And so that wraps it up.
Thank you both. Do we have questions from board members? Marissa.
Just quick question. Hi, Michael. Hi, Mandy. Thank you for being here. When you were talking about the bilingual, is like the test actually translated now?
It is. We offer, there is Spanish testing, and last year we were able to, in the spring, we tried a blanket screener for DSE's bilingual program that was nonverbal, that really looks at patterns and thinking versus having a language barrier.
Well, Ron, you had a question?
Yes, and I apologize to everybody. I keep getting a message that says my internet is unstable. Yeah, kind of like your board member here. Anyway, I do apologize. I was intrigued with the slide where it had, like, for example, Eanes had like 11% of their students were GT, and looked like a lot of the other districts, were at 7%. Yeah, thank you. Is there a reason for that? I guess my golden question is twofold. Have we done an audit of our GT program to match with other, other school districts in the state who have done it very well? I mean, are they, like, for example, is Eanes, are they assessing more students? Do they have, I'm sure it's an issue of supply and demand where you have to match infrastructure to accommodate that. But are we doing any work relative to finding out if we have more students that are eligible, or if are they just drawn to other school districts because they have more bandwidth to handle GT program?
So last winter, Mandy and I were able to attend the Tag It Leadership Conference, and we were able to talk to GT coordinators and professionals really from around the state. And Mandy, you can pipe in here with what you kind of took away, but what I took away was that a lot of districts are kind of in the same spot where there really isn't, or there hasn't been like a sweet spot determined of where you really should be as far as the number of students or the percentage based on your population. And a lot of districts are no one's also figured out kind of that sweet spot of what works exactly. So we use several research-based indicators as well as a student portfolio. But we also see districts that base it off of STAR scores and academic results. And you see a lot of districts that their GT program and their accelerated program are blended into one, where we've done a really nice job of keeping that distinction between students that are truly gifted and those that are just need to be accelerated academically.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off that, you know, the Texas State Plan gives the guidelines, but really in a lot of Michael and I's gatherings and collaboration with other school districts and with TEA, Monica Brewer is our TEA GT specialist that we meet with pretty regularly, but it's a lot of it is open to district choice. Honestly, districts have a lot of choice in how they structure their programs and have a lot of choice in kind of what assessments they use and things like that. There are some parameters and some guidelines, but it's pretty open to, you know, what districts choose to do and what their philosophy is. And so that is where we do see a lot of discrepancies. And we have these conversations with parents who come in from other districts whose students were identified GT, and then they come here and, you know, we have a transfer policy that we go through just like every district does. And so we have these conversations where districts, and really even across the country, of course, different states have different guidelines and procedures and kind of score minimums and things like that. So that is really kind of where we do struggle is with those discrepancies, because everybody is just kind of making their own way, if you will.
Barbara.
So if you could go back to slide 9, that's the one that gives me a lot of concern. And I think, you know, we've had a lot of discussion about this over the years, and I don't know if we've made any progress or not, but my concern is it seems like the underrepresentation of certain populations, particularly economically disadvantaged, Hispanic, and Black populations. So I wonder if you can talk any more about that. I know you said that you tried a blanket screener for the bilingual classes. I'm wondering if you saw any results from that.
Yeah, sure. So this was a concern of ours last year at this time when we were doing our annual evaluation. And so specifically going into this school year, that's where we started kind of targeting and looking at, okay, well, part of our communication is an issue. We're only sending things out in English. So we're missing an entire group of people. Though the students may speak English, the emails and the flyers and things are going home to families who may not speak English. And so that was one of our goals this year, is to make sure that anything we sent out went out in Spanish. The parent night as well that Michael was sharing about, that was new for this year. That actually happened in February. And so we had some teachers at DSC who were able to actually present the information with us there, but they were able to present it in Spanish. And so that was really neat to see and provide that information to families in that way. And then, like Michael said, we had computer set up right there because our referral is done online and it has to be done by the parent or guardian, because it is set up in such a way that once they complete that, that's their signature for giving us permission to formally test their student. And so we sat with them and helped them to get that form completed and filled out in that way. So we don't have data for that as far as, because we're not done with our spring testing. We can speak to, we did have, I know like at DSMS, that's the campus that I test. I had 2 bilingual referrals this year, and I have not had any previously. And then I know at, like Michael was saying from DSE last year, we did a blanket screener. We used the NNAT, which is a nonverbal screener. So we screened all K through 5 bilingual students. There was about 104 students that we screened, and only 1 met the minimum qualifying indicator to move on in the process. And so we are trying different things because we are aware that we are at a deficit in these areas. And so this is definitely something that remains on our radar and remains a goal of ours as we continue year after year. And so we're not only looking at different ways to, through communication and different things like that, we're also evaluating our assessments. We're evaluating the actual assessment tools that we're using. And we've been looking this year at, we actually use more than what the state guidelines recommend. We use more indicator points. And so we're looking at, are we using too many? The ones that we are using, are they providing us the data that we are hoping to get or are needing to get? And so we are actually currently in an assessment evaluation, if you will, of the tools that we've been using.
Sandy, do you want to fill them in on the equity conference?
Yeah, so TAGT has a Gifted Plus Equity Conference every year. And so Jeff actually spoke about earlier with the House Bill 3 and the GT allotment kind of going into the general fund. The business office has been great in working with us on maintaining a GT budget for us, really. And so Jeff and I have been working closely, especially this spring, on budgeting ahead for some of these kind of professional learning opportunities for not only our GT core committee, but as well as our GT teachers and staff who, and classroom teachers who either are already serving GT students or potentially have a GT student sitting in their classrooms with that we just haven't been identified yet. So the Gifted Plus Equity Conference is a great one. There's all kinds of great research experts in the field that speak at that conference. And one of the big things is around identifying these underrepresented groups of students. And so that is on our budget sheet for next year for sure. But because it is a concern, and it's really a concern across the state, truly, which is why they're doing this conference, because just about everybody is struggling in this area.
So do we have any historical data so we could see whether these percentages have changed over time? And have y'all thought about setting any specific goals to try to achieve in this regard? Any specific measurable targets that you want to attain?
Yes, and I'm pulling up last year's demographic percentages right now. So last year, just specifically to our Hispanic population, we were at 20.6% Hispanic in the district. And in GT, we were at 9.4%. So we've moved up a little bit in that area. Would you like for me to read off?
Economically disadvantaged, do you have that?
Okay. Yep. For economically disadvantaged last year, we were in the district 10%. And in GT, we were at 2.6%. So we have moved up slightly there as well.
Robert, do you have another question? I know Joanna and Marissa have raised their hands.
No, just that, I mean, the question that I already mentioned is that, has anybody thought about setting any targets, any measurable targets? Because this, I mean, we talk about this every year and it's wonderful. It sounds like y'all are really, investigating and coming up with a lot of great ideas to implement. And you can track and see how that goes, but I don't know. I don't know if there are, any other districts that do a better job of making sure that those populations are represented, and is it appropriate to set any targets, any goals that where we want to be?
We have not discussed setting a specific like percentage goal, if you will, around some of these things. We've set a kind of a more general goal of, we need to be raising these percentages, and we need to be making sure that we're identifying, students from, all populations, all areas. And, I think that's really a good point to do a little bit more research into other districts and, maybe kind of where they are, as well as, what potential goals that they have already set, maybe in regards to this. So that's definitely something that we can explore, this coming year and look a little bit deeper into that.
I want to jump in just for a second. I think they've done a great job sharing the different processes. I would speak to the goal in that I don't want to set an artificial goal of we want to get from 7.1 to 8.2. However, I think they really hit the nail on the head when they talked about each district really has their own process by which they identify GT kiddos. And I can tell you, coming from Means, obviously it's a larger percentage, but they're also testing a lot more, and they have more parents that are advocating for testing that occurs. But when it came down to it, even with it was unbelievable. We did Saturday testing there and had more than a school full of kids testing. We're talking 700 plus on a Saturday, but we still only identified around 7%. But all that to be said, I think where I see value is really for us to look at those indicator points, because I think, when you look at the data consistently, we're a little bit below that and underrepresented. And I think that's the area in which we have the ability to be flexible. And I'd rather really look at those indicator points and tweak those, and then see how that does, in addition to the making sure we're communicating it, to our Spanish speaking population, making sure also that we're advocating with those kiddos, especially in the economically disadvantaged piece, because oftentimes those parents are working multiple jobs and don't necessarily have the time to invest or come up and advocate very strongly. And so really looking at helping our teachers better identify those tendencies in the classroom and doing more advocacy for those students within our campuses. I think that, to me, is where I'd like to see us focus our energies and effort.
I can't get to unmute. Hold on, Mary Jane. I saw your hand. I know Joanne had a question, and then Marissa. And we'll go to you, Mary Jane. Joanna.
I thought Mary Jane was going first. I would just add twice exceptional. I think that there's been a lot of at least national coverage about how twice exceptional students are just not identified at the same rate, and they miss a lot of opportunities. And it's disheartening to know that we have a student population that is not, I think, Todd, am I right, is our special ed identified in 504, is that 14%? How much, do you know what the overall percentage is?
I think you're pretty close. I don't have that off the top of my head.
0.82, knowing that most of those kids are not intellectually disabled, it's just not reflective, and it's really troubling to me. So I hope that as we're talking about, I echo what both Todd and Barbara said about improving our other subpopulations and making sure that we're reaching out to our economically disadvantaged. I understand I don't want to set artificial goals, Todd, but I've heard this conversation, and I certainly hear that Amanda and Michael are doing a lot of really good work, and I'm really glad to hear that things are being translated into Spanish and that there's been such a push to improve these numbers over the past year, and I'm not trying to take away from it. But it does concern me that this has been an ongoing conversation, and making sure that we're having some accountability within the system to ensure that we're really giving the opportunity to all the kids who could qualify. Also, just as an aside, this has nothing to do with, I'm so glad that you guys got stuff translated into Spanish. It was a little concerning to me that do we not have like a communications function that allows for, main or office correspondence or other correspondence that needs to be translated, because I'm sure if that had been an option, I guess I'm just concerned about how that works and making sure that in a broader spectrum, we're not losing out on communicating to our bilingual bilingual community members. I know DSC relies a lot on school personnel, but having people at a district level so that we know that we're communicating everything to all of our community members.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you.
Marissa, can you ask your question?
Yeah, mine's not so much a question, but more a comment. I'm just really happy that, as Joanna said, that things are being translated. I remember back when I taught, I was pulled in. Hey, can you translate what's on the computer? And I don't know, I did the best I could, you know, so to know that now that we're moving forward makes me happy, because I know I had several children who came through my classroom who I thought, man, this kid's brilliant. But I just didn't feel that they got that opportunity. So that makes me really happy. As a minority, and this is just my personal experience in the district, as a minority, and I was an educator at one of the schools, for 3 years in a row, they kept telling me, test your daughter, she's really bright, test your daughter, she's really bright. So for 2 years we tested, and I was told, oh, well, she's right on the cusp. And I didn't know better, to be honest with you. Nobody ever told me, hey, you can go in front of a committee and contest it. Nobody ever told me that. And I worked there. And it wasn't until years later that I figured it out. And so now that I've offered that up to her, she's like, absolutely not. Do not even think about it. I'm not going to test. So, you know, that ship has sailed for us. But I'm glad to know that there's, or rather, I guess my comment is, you know, educating the teachers, like, hey, if there's a kiddo who comes close to it, you know, let the parent know that they can. I don't remember getting a letter saying that I could contest it. Anyhow, just glad that we've improved, and just remembering to educate the teachers or the homeroom teacher, especially with a bilingual parent, you know, letting them know, you know, your kiddo came close, but you can contest it. There are other realms or possibilities. So just wanted to make that point.
Sure, yeah, and we do send, that's a really good point. We do send communication out to families once the committee has met. If a student is eligible for an appeal committee, that's what we call it, and the parents are informed that they have the right to an appeal, and they get to come in person and meet with us. They can bring extra activities or just extra things. We actually encourage them to bring stuff with them to share with us, because basically what it boils down to is the student was on the cusp and we just needed more information, you know, and so we encourage those parents to do that. And we do have in our elementary students, we do have a handful of parents every single testing window that come and appeal.
All right, Mary Jane, you had a question, I believe.
Yes, and actually, two of my colleagues have alluded to it now. It's really more of a comment, because I heard, I think Mr. Washburn and someone else talk about potentially manipulating the indices. And sometime in the last 5 years, we had a really in-depth, exhaustive overhaul to come up with the instrument and the process that we have. And so to me, it seems maybe it's more along the lines of capacity building of teachers that we've already spoken to, and then communication to those parent populations who just need to understand the potential for their children. So I would like to see us explore those two before we start manipulating the instrument itself.
That's a very good point. We do have several parents that, you know, a teacher reaches out or somebody contacts them, and for whatever reason, they either had a bad experience or in their schooling or things like that. Or we do have parents that just don't want their students to have the label. Sometimes it just boils down to that. We've had conversations with parents about that as well. And since GT is, I mean, technically it's an optional program for parents, you know, and it's their choice whether they get on and fill out that form and refer their student. You know, we continue to try to educate and you know, provide information and you know, reach out as much as we can. And then of course, like you said, building capacity in teachers, that is one of the big pieces on our list for this coming year as well, is ensuring that we're continuing to provide training and opportunities for them to know what to look for in students. And so those are both very good points.
And I was one of those parents, ironically, because we had been stationed in another state where my oldest, who's now 24, was in elementary school. And because it was a year ahead in the core classes, they literally labeled everybody GT. So I was very skeptical. And I had to be convinced to test my youngest. And I'm, obviously involved and had the flexibility, the time to invest. And so if there are parent populations that don't have those luxuries, then they'll need a little more reaching out.
Okay, board members, any additional questions? All right, Mandy, Michael, thank you for spending your Monday evening with us. We appreciate it. We thank you for this report. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Y'all too.
Absolutely. Okay, so Mr. Burns, you are going to walk us through the L&I report, or if you would, highlights, and I'd ask board members if they have any questions for you to prepare for next week.
I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read through it, but I would ask if you have some questions, or if there's some specific information that you'd like me to try and research and get. I know last it seems like last week, but last month when we met, we went through a remote learning. If there's questions that came from that, please shoot me an email. I'd be glad to research those for you.
Board members, do you have any specifics or questions for Mr. Burns?
It's not as much a question for the L&I report, but I do think that we need to put on our agenda a workshop on remote learning and assessment. And I don't know if that is, I don't know if that's something we need to wait for Dr. Kidd to come, but we are moving into goal setting, hopefully for the next school year. We're moving in, and no one wanted to rely on STAR scores, but we don't have those. It would be, especially if Dr. Kidd knows about MAP testing and how we are going to measure student success and what that's going to look like over the next school year. And let Mr. Burns off the hook on that one, so that you can go back into retirement. You've done so much for us, Joe, and I know we all really appreciate it. So thank you, but I do think we need to talk about how we're going to get more data on student success, how we're going to measure it, and how distance learning is going.
Yeah, and I know the principals are having a lot of conversations about that very thing, looking at not only at the end of the year, this year, to analyze and look at how our students are doing, but then rolling into the fall, right off at the beginning of the school year, what measurements are we going to use? So we're looking at those. But yes, Dr. Kidd, I'm sure will do an outstanding job with that.
Now, just to echo what Joe said, we have talked about the assessments at the beginning of the year and those being essential as leading measures, so we can identify where those gaps and skills are at the beginning of the year, versus waiting till later in the year to try to diagnose students. And so I think Dr. Kidd will be a big part of that, as well as the principals and our instructional facilitators. But fortunately, we do have the MAP assessment. That is something that we do give. I think we'll need to make that a greater priority and probably move that window up even sooner, so we can start to address those skills right away.
I also know other boards get updates on MAP testing, and that's a measure that they use to talk about student success. It's one of those data points, and we've never had any update on MAP testing and where we are. And since that's nationally normed and we're doing it at both the elementary and middle school level, it gives us a different picture of where our students are compared to compared to STAR. And I really would like to see us more data driven in our approach to setting goals for student success and focusing on student success. So I just, again, would ask that we schedule a workshop before we do goal setting so that we can actually have some SMART goals for the district in terms of measure, closing gaps and thinking about where we want our students to be next year.
Okay, so Mary Jane.
I was just going to mention, since I hadn't heard it tonight, that in the call last week with Marath, he said that they are working on some optional for school districts end of course assessments to determine how far behind instead of waiting until the beginning of next year. And these would be TEKS aligned, but with no accountability consequences.
Okay. All right. I'm sure that everyone is trying to learn about that as quickly as possible. I think it's hard that they're trying to push this stuff out at the same time you're trying to shut down school. And so it's really, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with that. I would think that they would be trying to figure out how to handle the summer and next fall right now rather than. Yeah,
I agree. And I think some of the questions we had with those end of year assessments, how reliable is the data? You know, are we going to get good, clean data that we can really use? Administering those remotely. And
he also said that we're building the plane while we're flying it. So there's that.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, Mary Jane. Okay, any other questions for the Office of Learning and Innovation? All right, if not, I'm going to move us forward. I want to do a time check though. It's 9:45. I don't want any more hate mail from board members the day after a board meeting about how late it is and how tired they are and how they can't process things after 10 o'clock. So I think we need to try and move deliberately through the rest of the agenda. We need to take care and ask questions when appropriate, but if at some point we need to just stop and move our business to another night, we need to consider that too, because at some point I know everybody starts to lose their good humor. So Scott, I'm going to turn it over to you. That was not an indication of you in particular. It's just the environment we continue to find ourselves week after week. So please proceed with your report.
So my question is do y'all want to hear the construction update tonight or do you want to hear it next week? That's
like,
we're a little confused as to when we're supposed to be sharing it.
Sure. So board members, would you like to walk through the construction update tonight or do it on the 18th?
Next week.
Anybody object to next week? Okay. Will you ask Clint to be available next week? I'm sorry, he just sat through all of that to not give us a presentation.
Clint's always on anyway. It's Mike. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sure he's there.
I see Mike's there. Yeah, his name isn't on my agenda, so I apologize for overlooking you, Mike.
No worries. We'll do it next week. Thank y'all.
I'm sorry for wasting your evening,
Not
but
at
we
all.
appreciate your patience. Okay, so Scott, do you want
Thank you,
to
Mike.
walk us through? Yeah.
Yeah, our 2018 bond report and our financial reports, being that this meeting is so early in the month, we don't have those prepared yet. And so we will have those during the week and get those posted and make sure that Sheila sends an email out to you to let you know when those are posted. But just moving it up, we don't even have those ready. The April closed out. On the District of Innovation Plan, the proposed amendment update, I just want to let you know that we have worked, and Denise has worked to organize the District of Innovation Committee. That was the original committee back in 2016. There were 24 members out of the 39 that are still, that we can locate, are either still working for the district or still parents of students here that we're able to contact. And so that meeting is scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. And so that will be a step for us to get the amendment approved, hopefully by that committee. And then we'll take that and take it to the District Advisory Committee meeting on Thursday at 4:30 p.m. and try to get it approved there. Pending that, we'll get it on the website, the amendment posted on the website for 30 days and bring it back to the board on June 22nd for recommended approval by the board. So is there any questions on that process? I know that Tiffany and her team had meetings, virtual meetings with the benefits committee, and they had great support by providing this amendment that will allow us to bring additional group health care coverage options to employees of the district. So anyway, I just wanted to run by that. Is anybody any questions on that?
Yeah, any questions? Thank you for going to that effort, Scott. Mary Jane?
Sorry, just real quick, since they're meeting tomorrow, I was just thinking about Diane Fleim and how when we were a new district of innovation, there were some exemptions that we put in the plan, and maybe Shannon or Barbara can speak to this. They were not prohibited, and yet TEA denied them. So I just want to make sure before we go through all this work that, have we had any initial conversations with TEA? Are we confident that if it goes through district hoops that it'll be approved?
I feel like it'll be approved. Other districts are getting the same exemption approved at the state. So we would, yes. So we're following that pattern. And so that's why I think it will.
Perfect. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay. The 2020 taxable property values, we really covered that in our presentation. So I don't think I need to go through that again, but that report's there if you have any questions. And then really that's it for me in this section. I don't know if Tiffany has something that she needs to address with the teacher and support professional contract report.
So just a quick reminder that this is our annual report that you would typically see in April. It's moved to May because we had to delay by 2 weeks and had our first successful digital launch of contracts and 100% response by the contract professionals. The list you will look at in this report that is a list of all of the contractual professional teaching and support staff who have been offered and returned intent to continue employment with the district. So you're seeing a list of all of the anticipated returning staff for next year. As you all have come to know over the years, between now and July, when the penalty-free resignation period hits, we will have a few additional resignations trickle in. The resignations or separations will show up on the monthly HR board report. And of course, these folks are typically not separated until the end of the year. And so you'll start seeing a list of those who have resigned at the effective the end of the school year, starting within the next couple of months. And that's when you'll see that list of those who've separated. But this is the list of those who were offered a contract and have signed with intent to return. So just a quick note of what you're looking at in terms of those lists. I do want to add one thing to what Scott mentioned about the benefits committee. There were, the benefits committee was revived for consideration of those alternative plans, and the survey that was sent out, there were of the 20 who were surveyed, 19 responded and 100% were in favor of having the alternative plan options added as something for our employees to be able to consider and to choose from. So the essential feel was the more options, the better. And then there was an open-ended response that we're going to really use more for internal HR purposes, just to make sure that everybody understands the differences in those plans, the limitations that might be on one set of plans, but not on the other, et cetera. So they had some great valuable input for us as an HR team, but it was a unanimous return of those on the benefits committee being in favor and of adding those 2 additional plans if we can for the employees. So I just wanted to follow up with that level of detail for y'all.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Any questions about the reports or meeting that Tiffany addressed? Okay.
Just one other thing I forgot to add real quick. The Bond Advisory Committee is scheduled to meet next Thursday, May 21st. So we will have another meeting May 21st, 6 to 8 p.m. And Andy Hutton is working on that agenda right now. So just wanted
Okay.
the board was aware of
Thank you, sir. What questions do we have for Scott? None?
Can we
Joanne?
get a link? Can we get a link to the YouTube live of the bond advisory committee when you have it, please? Like we did last time, so we can watch it.
Yeah, Joanna, that was in the updates I sent out this weekend. The
Mm-hmm.
one link that I'm going to send you is for the long range facility planning meeting that's this Thursday, but it's already in that update that I sent out.
Okay. It was linked in the update, Scott. I mean, Todd.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Are there any other questions or for Office of Finance? Scott, do you have anything else for us? No? Okay.
No.
All right. That moves us along to item 3, Office of the Superintendent. Todd.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to jump to the superintendent's office report. Just has your basic legal fee update, enrollment updates, and then one subdivision. I think we have another subdivision plat that'll be coming in and will be added later this week, but nothing too significant in that area. I did want to talk to you a little bit about graduation, though, spend a little time here. As you know, with the COVID situation, it's continually evolving, and we get updates on what is permissible and what isn't. We actually had a call early last week, and you heard the governor, and he put out his ordinance, his executive order to begin to reopen, Texas and with 25% capacities. He also made some recommendations about options for graduation. There are 3 different options. You have a virtual option that's available at any time. You have a hybrid option, which you can do partial virtual and then small group graduations. And then they also have made an allowance for outdoor ceremonies for graduation. But with all of those, particularly any involving in-person graduation ceremonies, there are several restrictions and requirements that we must follow and comply with in order to do that. And so even as recently as within 48 hours of the order, some of the recommendations have changed. And so the big caveat here is that it is all still subject to change, and it also can change in a moment's notice depending on what's happening with the health conditions in our communities. So based on that information, I did pull together, we have a standing graduation committee that we brought back the information with all the requirements to them about graduation. And in talking with them and conferring with district leadership on just the logistics behind it, there are a lot of requirements on having systems and processes in place. You have to limit the number of graduates, or not graduates, but guests of graduates for graduation. You have to have processes by which you're checking people as they're coming into the stadium. You have to make sure they're parking appropriately distanced. You have to make sure that they're not crossing over as far as intermingling within the stands. And so it takes a lot of personnel for us to pull this off. And with our graduation date of May 29th and trying to make sure we had the appropriate equipment as far as masks and appropriate portable hand sanitizer stations and all the other requirements. We, if you remember, put out a survey a few weeks ago asking for feedback from our seniors and also our parents about graduation and alternative potential dates. And the feedback we got on the first alternative date that received, I think it was about 68% commitment on, was June 19th. We asked them for their first and second choice. And when you look at combining the first and second choice, we had 83, almost 84% of our surveyed seniors and parents indicate that that would be their preference for an alternative date. And based on that and looking at all the logistics behind what we need to pull off and have ready, when I talked to the group, I did tell them there are two things that are important to me. First and foremost is the safety of our students, our staff, and our community members. And secondly is to honor our senior class of 22 students in the best way possible. And in order to accomplish both of those, is my belief that we should have our graduation on June 19th. That will enable us plenty of time to put processes in place to make sure we have the support personnel in place to hold a in-person graduation according to those standards or requirements that are laid out there. Additionally, if you watch the governor's press release, and as he's talked about reopening Texas, he also talked about there's a probability of some resurgence of the COVID cases in the state and in our area. He's already outlined surge response teams. And so I think, again, in the health, safety, and well-being of our students in our community, I think it would be prudent of us to look at that June 19th to allow us to get some additional data on what's happening as we're reopening our Texas economy.
Any comments from board members? And Todd, you're not necessarily looking for feedback for us. It's more of a report, or would you like feedback?
Well, I mean, I'm always open to feedback. I like to believe that. I just wanted to kind of share a little bit of our process and let you all know. In talking with other superintendents in Central Texas, most are looking at a in June graduation date of some sort. There are some that are going to later in the summer. I think Leander and I believe Lake Travis are looking at really even July and August graduation dates. Some are doing them in their stadiums with a minimum of 2 guests up to a maximum of 4 guests, depending on their stadium capacities. And so what we're looking at on the 19th would be a 4-person limit per graduate in order to maintain that recommendation set out by TEA and the state as far as doing a graduation ceremony safely. But I'm always open for, if you have feedback or thoughts or questions.
Anything from the board, Shannon?
Second. I'm so sorry. I thought I was going to sneeze. I just want to make sure that we're really communicating this very, very clearly, that there is a potential, we've heard this before, that it could change on a dime's notice. I mean, I know that people, that come into town, whatever, it's going to be super disappointing if something changes for these people and they can't have 4, but just 2, or we change the whole plan. But as long as we're over communicating, I think, let's just make sure to do that.
And I would just say, Todd, as you talk about the manpower that will be required to putting a graduation together, it almost seems like you're going to need to survey to see if you can find that many willing people to partake in that, because I assume that's going to be teachers and administrators like it's been before. It's a riskier proposition than it's been in past years. And so if we can't man, right, the people that would pull it off, it'll make it hard to do it.
Yeah, yes, we are currently devising a survey that'll be going out to, we always kind of start at the high school level to see what kind of bandwidth and capacity we get there, but there's a potential we may have to expand that beyond to our other campuses. Again, as you mentioned, there'll be different levels of comfort with people volunteering, and depending on what role or a function you ask them to serve in, if they're a kind of a parking lot attendant directing traffic versus, kind of escorting people to their seats in and out of the stadium. The other challenge piece, like you said, over communicate. We're really trying to mock up and show folks what that plan will look like, what entering looks like, what exiting looks like. Unfortunately, in these times, we can no longer just, you get there early, you get the, the front row, center row kind of thing. We have to really position people as they come in to avoid that potential cross contamination between family groups and members. And so it will be, a very organized way in which they're entering and exiting the stadium as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an undertaking for sure. And I've been pushing to Todd all the different plans I'm seeing cross my radar just through work and other functions. A lot of districts are doing it in a lot of different ways. So as you see other things too, I think it probably helps to have all that information to see how people are reacting. So thank you for putting all the work into that. I know it's a very hard decision. We want to be, respectful of procedures and processes, and people want to have their graduation, but we also want to make sure people are safe. So I would say we're going to be in a whole new world come June 19th that we can't even predict right now, since it's changing so differently week to week.
The other piece that we were looking at based on feedback from the survey and also from the committee was looking at additional ways to honor our graduates. And the other piece that came up that was very favorable was looking at just doing a car fireworks celebration on the 29th, to where we could still honor that original graduation date, but keep them safe and allow some type of a public acknowledgement for them to experience those fireworks on the day they would have normally graduated, but not have that full-blown ceremony situation. But a lot of protocols for that to take place too, that we have to follow and make sure that social distancing and the separation between cars and things. But we are working on exploring that as another way to celebrate our seniors, in addition to a lot of the other pieces that we're trying to put in place for Paint the Town. I think you've all heard about that with our businesses. And I know that our Education Foundation has also purchased senior signs that are, I believe, going to be picked up this week, I think on Wednesday, to acknowledge and just recognize, because it's a huge milestone in our students' lives, and also for parents who are having their sons and daughters graduate. It's a big deal, and we want to be respectful and honor them as many ways as we can safely.
Absolutely. Any other thoughts or comments for Todd? Okay. Do you have anything else for us in your report?
I don't believe so. And if I have some updates, I'll share them with you on the 18th related to anything, COVID related or remote learning feedback, end of the year closure stuff. I'll give you a little more feedback on that on next Monday.
Perfect. Okay. Any other questions for Todd? All right. So we'll move on now to the board report. I think we need to have, and I didn't realize that it's not on there, we need to have the TASB resolutions, right, Mary Jane, because they need to be voted on for next week.
Yes. We'll have to vote next week to have it submitted in time.
Go ahead, please.
I just personally, I keep coming back to what we submitted last year, asking TEA to designate a pilot cohort of high-performing districts to be given expanded flexibility with PEIMS, ADA, and competency-based grading. My only thought is, we obviously can change the statement of reasons to highlight the new normal of flexible hybrid teaching environments. My only question is, should we focus on just one thing? Like Mr. Certain said, the attendance is huge. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah. And I don't know if board members will have any thoughts tonight. Shannon, go ahead. You're not raising your hand. Okay. She's just putting her hand up there, confusing me. Okay, so I don't know if board members will have any thoughts on that. I mean, if you think we'll get bigger bang for our buck for focusing just on the attendance, I think that's certainly the way to go. But I think we certainly, I agree that we should support, support it, vote on it again for next year.
I can just reword it and ask Sheila to put it in board book for review, or would you rather me email it to everybody first, or?
No, I think that's fine. Is anybody have concerns with that? Then we approved it last year. I don't think that you need to send it out before it goes in there. I would just ask board members if they have additional thoughts about additional resolutions, that they email it to the group before next week so we can get it posted, vet it, and have it posted if it's a new idea we haven't discussed previously. Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay. All right.
Carrie, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
So since we're on the Board of Trustees, I know that there's been some discussion and concern about making sure that board representatives on other committees are giving reports. So when that completely threw me as Carrie stands up. When do we want to do that? I mean, what is the most appropriate? Should it be next week? Should it be in the team? When do you want me to give an update on Shaq versus which Joe can do as well, versus TERS today versus DSEF, et cetera, et cetera?
So I have just been trying to get to our next training on the 19th to get some of that figured out, you know, place it and whatnot. That doesn't mean we should wait till then. I think that's just what it's been in my head. So I do think we need to have those regular updates. It probably would fall under the board report.
Okay.
But I'll defer to the group. Barbara, go ahead.
I think we also have talked about doing some work on updating our board operating procedures, and we may need to do that by committee. And that's something that we'll have more conversation in that, you know, what groups are board members serving on, how does that happen? And then what are the expectations for that board members? Right now, we can hardly afford to add anything more to our agenda. So
yeah, I'm not sure what, right.
Well,
but
can I just say,
valuable.
Can I just say then for the TERS meeting today, just because I do want to say this, I thought it was very productive. Todd, that's all I wanted to say. I thought it was very productive. I thought there was definitely a road forward, lots of great information. And so I will just leave it there. It was a lot of financial stuff. My head was spinning, which is shocking, but it kind of was. So I just thought it was very productive. It was I thought it was one of the best ones I had been to. So I just wanted to say that piece, and then we can talk about it further later, because there's nothing that's coming up that has to be addressed in the next week. So,
but I do think, go ahead, Barbara.
And we may want to, part of what we may want to talk about in that process is like, are there going to be written reports and that kind of thing? So.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's, go ahead.
There's going to be written reports. Can I change my mind about every committee? I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I get it. We definitely are going to get some structure around that. It is on the agenda, or will be on the agenda for that 19th, and so we can kind of figure out from there what we're going to do. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so then we're going to move to the consent agenda. You'll see we've got the revision to policy EIA local, the approval of investment policy, 2020, 2021 MOUs, investment broker dealers, minutes for recent board meetings, budget amendments, and an extension awarding propane fuel. Several of these are things that we do every year, like the investment brokers. It's a list of people that we've identified, right, that we can use or have vetted. Questions about any of the, Barbara?
So I know the MOUs, we've moved around the time of year that we do that, and we've tried to get it all at the same time, and I can't even follow what we've done with that. But I noticed the DSEF MOU is on there for approval, and we have talked in the past about trying to match the timing of that to the annual report, just to make sure we're consistent. So I'm wondering if we want to have the DSCF MOU on there when their annual report is, I guess, sometime in the future. I don't know when.
We'll have to look that up. I don't remember. I feel like I would be, does anybody remember when that's been given historically in the past?
It should be in there should be in the MOU. I mean, they have to make an annual one.
Yeah.
And this term goes through July 31, 20. So we're approving it a couple months in advance.
Seems like maybe it's late spring when we've seen it before.
I want to say it's
that.
later than that.
I would have said August, but
I would have said August. I would have said July or August.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have said June.
Okay, so is that something, Todd, you can figure out and try and align it for us for next week?
Yeah, absolutely. I think our the goal initially was put all the MOUs together so that we're not but it makes sense. We can align that one to their annual report. We'll just find out where that is and we'll move that one to that location.
Yeah, no, that was for sure the goal, was to get them all at one point in time. And I know we tried real hard to do that last year, but there were some stragglers. Okay, any other questions or comments about the items in the consent agenda? Okay, so then we'll move on to the board discussion action items. The first one is consideration approval of policy EIC local on first reading. Todd?
Yeah, that is just a follow-up to the resolution that you all passed related to our pausing on the GP or the ranking class piece. What we wanted to do was make sure that we rewrote our policy to reflect that, because while this is very fresh in our minds now, this will have lasting impact on our students who are ninth graders. So 3 years from now, we want to just make sure that we had the policy that reflected that for reference points moving forward. So that is just updating that policy to include that temporary suspension for this semester.
Any questions about that? Okay. Item 2 is the consideration approval of nomination for TASB board position Region 13B. If y'all will remember, when Mary Jane was elected last year, she was fulfilling a term. And so this is to be reappointed for the full term for that Region 13B position, and Mary Jane has agreed to run again. So we need to go through the formal steps of approving her for that nomination. Any questions about that? Okay. Thank you for agreeing to do that again, Mary Jane. All right, so item 3, consideration approval to schedule a public meeting to discuss our proposed budget and proposed tax rates. Scott, you talked about that a little bit earlier, but please walk us through this item.
This is a standard annual approval by the board to set the actual date for the public hearing and the budget adoption. And so it'll be June 22nd this year, our June board meeting. And so we just need an action item. One thing that I do want you to know as a board, based on TASBO recommendations, is to recommend what we publish in the paper. Our tax rate will be based on the state tax rate compression, not what we project our tax rate to be, because the state will have the lowest compression possible. And so anyway, we'll be stating a tax rate in there that will almost certainly be higher than what the board will be adopting in August or September. But that's just based on state recommendations to make sure that we don't have to come back and repost that in August.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, thank you for that distinction. Are there questions for Scott? Okay. So then item 4 is consideration approval of GMP 2 for New Walnut Springs Elementary DSMS renovations. Scott.
Sorry, so I think this is where Clint's going to come in. So this is going to be our GMP 2.
Sorry, I didn't see you pop on there, please.
But yes, Clint is waiting patiently, so I'm going to let him speak. So go for it, Clint.
All right, thank you, Scott. Board of Trustees, and I would have felt bad if I'd have been here all night and not been able to share my freshly cut hair, because I sat in line for 3 hours, or actually not sat in line. I went and checked in online and then had to go back 2 hours later. I told my wife I'm not even sure it was a very good haircut, but it feels amazing. So anyway, so GMP number 2 for the new Walnut DSMS renovations. This is primarily earthwork and site work, and a good bit of work that that needs to occur this summer to make sure that we get some of that, some of the lion's share of that site work done, that would help minimize any impact to the middle school, hopefully when we open back up in August. So American has proposed, and the proposal is attached, and then we're working with Ann on kind of like we did on the transportation and elementary 5, just to make sure that we have all those pieces 100% together for next week. But the proposal is attached, and so the total proposal for GMP number 2 is just over 3.4 million, so $3,441,240. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know Kathy was online earlier. I went ahead and let her go for the evening when it got close to 10 o'clock. But she would certainly be available again next week for any particular questions on traffic analysis. We're working closely with her, and she's coordinating with TxDOT on the new traffic light that would be planned for 290 in Tiger Lane, and then just some additional information that they're putting together in terms of kind of building in, not just what traffic looks like, year 1, but looking at traffic for future years. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
I know Joanna raised her hand online. And then we'll go to Marissa.
My only question, I don't know that it has to do with this GMP. This GMP isn't like the one for elementary 5 where we're committing to any sort of particular entrance, exit, traffic plan. This is just getting kind of the base work done. Is that true, Clint?
Yes, this is almost entirely earthwork and site work for the actual site work for where the new Walnut will sit, and then also there's some existing utilities like some sewer lines and stuff that are like under the parking lot that's on the east side. So making sure that we can get in there and move some of those existing utility lines that serve the middle school, so that work can be completed this summer so that it wouldn't impact the middle school next fall.
The only thing, and this does not need to be addressed next week, I just am gonna let you guys know that I still have concerns about the intersection at 290 and Bell Springs and the traffic study, and whether we're doing everything we can to make that it still gives me pause. I don't see that touching on this GMP from what you're saying. I just don't want it to be a surprise in the future if I raise it. Thank you for your work, and your haircut looks nice.
Thank you. And so that's part of the work that we're working with Kathy and HDR on. They looked at exhausted the different options in terms of what's the best overall solution, and which is where they arrived with what's been shown previously. But we did ask them to give us some additional do some additional analysis with some future years to also do a comparison of the analysis for the new Walnut and in comparison to how the current Walnut functions as it currently stands with if you've driven down 290 in the morning or the afternoon at arrival or dismissal time, we're backing up. We just don't have enough stacking space on the Walnut site, it backs up onto Sportsplex and then out onto 290. What we're proposing, or what the site plan for the new Walnut would actually have the amount of stacking space that it will allow us to hold all those cars on the school side. And then you know, we don't think there will even be any backup onto Tiger Lane, but then you would back up onto Tiger Lane before you would ever you know, potentially back up onto 290. So from that standpoint, we think that this plan will work better than what we're currently seeing at Walnut, where we're on a daily basis backing up traffic onto 290.
And Marissa, you had a question.
Well, it's actually, Joanna hit it. My concern was that as well, the 290 Bell Springs and the rating system. The F just gives me pause. So, but it's not anything we're going to discuss next week, but again, just something to consider for the future. Thank you.
Any other questions about the draft, the GMP number 2 for Walnut?
Barbara.
Oh, Barbara, sorry.
And this is not for you, Clint. This is more of a general question for you, Todd. We talked, and I know it was quick turnaround with our super early board meeting this month, but we talked about last month getting our action sheets back. Can we get those back for these action items? It's just kind of a good executive summary, and then also ties it to our goals, our district goals. You're muted, Todd.
I'm sorry. I believe they're in there unless there's a certain one that's missing. We actually started that last week, or the last board meeting, we had them in there too, the action.
I don't see them.
Yeah, it's in some, if you go to the, yes, so if you join the meeting, Barbara, it'll have the meeting subject, presenter, goals, 2.4, plan for growth, the discussion and policy, and the attachments.
So you see, you don't go to quick view, you go to join meeting.
Yeah. And it puts you in there, and then it's not like a document you would open and look at. It's built into the framework.
Where is join meeting?
So if you go to when you first log in, if you go to your homepage, meetings and agendas, and you click on the workshop, the link for tonight, and then it says view meeting details, join meeting as the first option below the address for the boardroom.
Okay.
It'll take you into the meeting. And then on the left, you scroll down until you get to where we are on the agenda. So once you get to this item, you click on it. And then it shows you to the right, the agenda item details, which includes like the action statement. And then if you go further down, it'll have the attachments.
I think you also have to click on view, show everything.
Oh.
Under view options.
Okay.
So why would those not go in quick view if the other attachments go in quick view?
I don't think it'll show up in quick view. You have to show everything.
We can walk you through it, Barbara.
Yeah.
You're just maybe not going to see it tonight.
Okay.
Unless you want to see it tonight, then we'll get you in.
Well, I certainly want to see it before next week.
So are you not seeing it when you go into?
Hold on, I joined the meeting. So if I go down to GMP. Okay. Okay.
And so then do you click on that item?
Okay.
You see it to the right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any questions for Clint on this? Okay. Thank you for hanging out, Clint. That was a long evening for you. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Have a good night.
Thanks, y'all too.
Item 5, consideration approval of missed school day waiver / instructional continuity. Todd.
Yes, and I wonder if I could have permission to group 5, 6, 7, and 8. These are all COVID-related waivers that are being required by TA for us to fill out. One, like you said, is the instructional continuity plan, basically affording us the ability to submit this plan that we are providing remote learning to our students. And what these 4 require 2 things. One, we have to have our district committee approve them, which they'll go to the committee this week. And then the second piece is we need to, when we submit the waivers, we need to have board approval for us to apply for these waivers. And it's very much like if we had low attendance day waiver, if we had less than 10%. So it's just really more of a formality to make sure that we're going through these appropriate steps. And it's interesting because everyone across the state of Texas are applying for all these 4 things. So the one is the continuity waiver for missed school days. The other one is, and we are a district of innovation, but and we do have a separate appraisal process, but we're going to go ahead and apply for this waiver since, again, we have been out of school since March. And then the approval of ASVAB waiver, we actually did ASVAB testing with our seniors, but we did not afford the opportunity to our underclassmen. So that's why we're applying for this waiver. And the last one is the instructional material inventory requirement waiver. And again, we'll be challenged with trying to get all the books and things back in this environment. It might take us longer than normal. So these 4 waivers are all COVID related. And again, upon board approval of applying for the waivers, we'll submit them through Teal and we'll get approval for them.
Do you think, Todd, that because they're unique and related to COVID that we should have them in the regular agenda, or do you think they can be placed in the consent agenda?
I believe they could be placed in consent agenda. I think they're pretty straightforward, and again, they're things everyone across the state. These are the 4 waivers that they did not eliminate the need for people to push them through the Teal system. So
does anybody have concerns on the board of putting those into consent?
So
Mary Jane?
Not a concern. I'm perfectly fine putting them in consent, but this is where I wanted to mention that, yes, everybody's doing it just like everybody was doing emergency resolutions back in March. But I would just like to see a follow-up report telling us what you in fact implemented via that emergency resolution, whether it's premium pay or whatever it may be, just so that we have a pulse of what is going on.
For the resolution part, Mary Jane?
For the emergency resolution where we gave, granted extensive powers back in March.
Thank you.
I just note that I've been looking at some of the other neighboring districts' agendas to see what they're doing with compensation, and at least one is has, on advice of their general counsel, revoked the emergency powers. And I don't know if I don't know where we are. I don't know why it was Eanes. I don't know the ins and outs of why Eanes did it, but it may be time for us to reconsider or at least consult with counsel about it.
I can follow up on that.
Any other questions about any of those waivers? Okay. I think that takes us to announcements. Do you have any announcements, Todd?
No announcements for tonight.
Okay. Anything else from the board before I take us into closed session? All right. The board will now convene in a closed meeting to discuss the following items posted on our agenda this evening as allowed by the Texas Government Code. Consideration of election of board officers, Texas Government Code 551.074, consultation with legal counsel regarding.
I'm sorry. That's for next week.
Oh.
So go to the black section.
Thank you. I do that every time.
All right.
Thank you very much. My apologies, everyone.
And the board will now convene in a closed meeting to discuss the following items posted on our agenda this evening as allowed by Texas Government Code. Superintendent evaluation, including goals and related progress reporting, Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consideration of matters pertaining to personnel, legal, student discipline, and/or real estate in consultation with legal counsel on such matters or agenda items, Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.082, and 551.0821. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 10:34 p.m.
Question.
Sorry, Barbara, I was looking down. What's up?
I think we're legit because you already said it out loud, but I think we are talking about number one this week because we may decide we don't talk about it next week. So I think, wouldn't it be appropriate to talk about it this week? So we can decide if we're doing it next week? I thought that was the plan.
Okay.
I said it, so I think it works. It's still posted, right?
I was just trying to understand because I thought Todd said that wasn't on the agenda, but I think it is. Right?
It is embedded in the way it appears on our agenda for tonight. It's definitely on the 18th agenda that's inserted into our board agenda. You know, the agenda review is inside our regular agenda. So the only things posted for tonight's closed session are the superintendent evaluation and consideration of matters pertaining to personnel legal. The question is whether or not, because it's posted under our closed session for agenda review, and that is part of our posting, if we can go into closed on that, and I don't know the answer to that.
So is that because I'm in quick view instead of join meeting that I have no idea what you're talking about?
I cannot answer that, but
I'm going to go to join meeting.
I printed out my agenda, and if I had not done it in my black and white, it would be red, I think.
Yeah.
Or a different color. That's our agenda review. Our black is our regular agenda.
Well, okay, I'm scrolling. I mean, I don't understand why the color would govern what we can talk about. Let me look at went to join meeting. I'm scrolling under.
It'd be at the very bottom. You have to keep scrolling.
I have to go below that.
I know the answer here.
Oh.
See how it's like one meeting embedded in the other?
That's why I thought we weren't doing it this way anymore. We weren't making it a meeting within a meeting, so we would avoid this kind of confusion.
Listen,
I assume that because it appears here and there's nothing that says we can only talk about what's in black and not red.
That's true, and we do say such matters or agenda items, and this is above
it's an agenda item for sure. So under that, it can be discussed.
Okay.
But remember, we're meeting on the 19th, and we're going to get super clear about what these agendas are going to look like.
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay.
So I'm going to call the time.
Good.
No, I already did. At 10:34, we were going into closed session. Everybody that's still with us, thank you for your time tonight. I hope you have a lovely evening. We will see you next Monday, if not before. Board members, leave this meeting and join the others.
back. Clay, you ready? All right.
Yeah. So at 11:56 p.m., the board returned to open session. There being no business to move on from closed session, the board will stand adjourned at 11:56 p.m.
Good evening, everybody.
Good
Have
night.
a lovely evening. Good night.
See you next week.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.